Oh dear God, are we live?
We are live.
Okay! Alright, I've noticed that we have more starting viewers than normal, so I will go ahead and introduce ourselves like we are an entirely new band. Hello everyone, and welcome over to Lesser Recreation. This is going to be our first stream independently. You've probably seen the other streams from Perception Check. We have moved! It's a little bit of chaos, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the background, and we're trying to get things set up. Things are probably not going to look immediately right as things start out, but we're gonna roll with it. It's a new thing. We just all got to get used to it. And once again, I will go ahead and show who I am joined by. Joe, would you like to start us off?
Hi, I'll be playing Halvar, the Wandering Wizard. He is a half-orc. He likes transmutation magic and a very large axe, and I will be acting as your host tonight.
I wish I could host myself. Wait a minute. Why didn't I just play it on a different account? Make myself a player in the game, and then...
Good question, No-Go. Maybe think about this before we're live.
Possibly.
Don't worry about it. Emil.
Or after.
It's the fucking spaghetti. How stupid can you be?
Who are you, and who are you playing today?
All right. Yeah. I'm Lewis. I'm going to be playing Emil, the ruffian noble magus. Something. We're gonna figure it out.
Okay. Argent.
Hey guys, I'm Steel, Canadian apocalypse prepper, and I guess just average nerd. I'm playing Argent, who is a human kineticist, even though he doesn't have any idea about what that means. And he is a gem cutter who just got out of prison and decided the best thing to do was to steal a deed to join these much more experienced adventurers as we settle these strange lands.
Do any of us truly know what being human means?
So true.
A quick fun fact about Steel, his basement has a lock on the outside. Zen.
Oh, that's fine.
I'm Zen. I'm playing Khaled. He's a big, bald bundle of joy. Brings happiness wherever he goes.
And presents to all the girls and boys once per year.
And occasionally stab somebody in the chest.
Hey,
Stabbing
Khaled.
is like a present that keeps on giving.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, you see it? Okay, good.
Yeah, okay, I was good. Just gonna message you.
we all message each other about how Khaled's misaligned,
Yeah.
which is probably it's probably more foreboding than anything else.
Wait, you're saying I'm not lawful good?
Yes.
What?
No, it's still on the stream. Your token's slightly too low. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's gonna
I know.
Still too low.
Misaligned. It's an alignment.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So last time we left off, you guys, you did a lot of digressing and side questing. You've cleared out pretty much the entire top left region of the map. You managed to stop off at the statue of Aristil, where you were able to save the fairy dragon Pearl of Ash and his companion, Tig Titter Tut. And along the way, you encountered Keston Garrus, the guard captain over back at Oleg's trading post that seemed to be wandering around in the woods for whatever reason. You guys decided that it would be a good idea to camp up underneath the statue of Aristil for the night, and you were completely unbothered by any sort of random encounters, nothing else, and you feel genuinely safer, and you have the blessings of a god on your side. Pretty good.
So the proposed plan right now is to continue here, clear out the rest of these, and then at this point decide if we push forward or head back to Oleg's, right?
I think you guys wanted to go see the alchemist Bakken before you went back to Oleg's.
Oh yeah, forgot about that guy.
Yes, we were gonna go to Balkan.
The crazy guy who lives in a swamp hut, I believe.
I believe the path of intention was...
No, those bottom four don't exist.
Those bottom four don't exist.
Okay. Well then, yeah. Whee.
So you guys are going to go ahead and move to the token to your bottom left. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Pack up your things and you get to move on.
Bottom left.
Unfortunately, you're not bothered by any fey creatures anymore. Khaled, your egg gives a little bit of a rumble, and you feel that it seems to be pretty mature for all things considered. You're not exactly a healthy. You're not exactly a breeder by any extent, but that didn't come out right. You're not much of a monster breeder by any extent, but it seems like it'll hatch relatively soon. But you don't really know how long owlbear eggs gestate. You guys travel through the day for the forest until you come into a small mystic glade. And in the center of it, a wooden hut that seems to be ramshackly, very ramshoddenly put together. You can see the pieces of old, broken up boat parts and pieces of hanging down a rope. It's pretty substantially large, all things considered, but it was well hidden enough that it took you the entire day to find it.
How deep is the swamp muck around here?
The swamp muck around here goes around as deep as your ankles, and if you're not being careful, you're going to lose a couple of boots.
Yeah.
Well, that definitely happens to Argent then. Like, as I, put like left foot into the muck and the boot just comes off completely. He struggles with that for a little bit while doing the other ones. So, do we think this is a bandit outpost, or does it look abandoned to you, Khaled?
It does look like it probably hasn't been lived in for a while, but I still think we should check it out.
Yeah, I'd be surprised where people can live when they put their mind to it. Yeah, let's proceed with caution.
All right then. In we go.
I was thinking maybe doing the exact opposite. I was gonna go to the front door and call out. Is anyone here?
Oh, I don't know if anything else is taking up residence.
Just gonna go over with Khaled.
Yeah.
Is that the sound of another giant frog?
Oh no. Does this one also have teeth?
God, I hope not.
Alright. Then I say we prepare to murder whatever opens that door. On 3.
I will pull out my wave blade and start advancing on the door.
You approach the cabin door. You can see that a layer of moss has been kind of laid out in front of it to make something that counts for dry ground. It's enough that you're able to approach and see that there's a couple of scattered little bits of bones, flecks of old and rotted meat that lets you know that someone is most definitely still lives here. You approach.
I look back at the others and signal them to the things that I saw and be like, "There's somebody here."
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to cast Mage Armor.
I'm gonna
Okay.
knock on the door.
No,
You give the door a couple of sharp raps, and nothing happens for the period of several seconds. But, sure enough, the door opens a little bit more aggressively than you might think, as coming out, a large frog leaps free of the door and seems to scatteredly hop between you all, almost with a look of dog-like excitement.
I pull my sword.
Sense motive.
Sense motive, go ahead and give me a roll. From what you're able to tell, the toad seems almost friendly. Large saber cat-like teeth coming out from beneath its top jaw, as it seems to dance and bounce between you with no signs of hostile intent. And followed shortly behind it, you will all see a kobold with a suspicious blue scale color. Ram, I've been keeping you under lock and key for the moment, but why don't you go ahead and announce yourself? Please introduce yourself, who you are, and who you'll be playing for this week.
Basie, a short, about 2 foot tall kobold who looks scrawny, skinny, probably doesn't eat too much, and he's got a massive backpack on his back, and it's just packed down with stuff. He's got a bedroll up on there, got blankets wrapped up on it. Stuff's just falling all over, and he has one small, like, ornate case at the very bottom of the pack that's kind of strapped up in it. Who are you? Why are you here? Shut up, Gus! Come back! Come back!
I will lean down and try to pet Gus.
Good boy, good boy.
So you're another one of them local kobolds, right?
What local kobold? What clan? Huh?
Subscale? Is there another clan in the area?
Oh, those assholes.
Ah.
I was Sutscale, yes.
How'd that work out?
Where am I? Huh? Not with Sutscale.
Well, I mean,
Would it be rude to ask or not?
I lead them towards the great kobold master. They do not like. They tell Heap to leave. They shoo me away for stupid hula. What is hula?
I believe hula is some sort of hui.
Yes, is all hui. Who are you? Why are you at home? Huh?
We're friends. We've
We're
been-
exploring.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. You not give name? I tell you, I am Heap.
I'm Emil. Nice to meet you.
My name is Halvar.
Okay.
That's Argent. Voice the person in the back crowd.
Yes, hello, Heap. Also, I have only known you for a minute and a half, but if anything happens to you, I would kill everybody in this room and then myself.
You are good man. I like you. And you? Izzy points to the man standing at his door.
Sorry, I thought I had my button pushed. I'm Khaled.
Okay. Well, would you like to come in?
Honestly, I think we are sorry to disturb you. Everything okay out here with you?
No. That is why I invite you in. I'm going to give you food so that you must help me.
I don't know bribery.
Know entirely how I feel about swamp kobold food, but I am interested.
Look, I've
Come
been
in,
eating
come in.
rations for like the last.
He
We all
leads
climb
them to
onto
a
the roof.
ramshackle table that's kind of like broken. Gus jumps in and gets on the table at the broken spot, and you can probably tell that he's the reason it's broken.
So, oh no, please go right ahead.
I kind of go over to a ramshackle makeshift stove area and start stirring up what looks like swamp water with stuff thrown in, and start dipping out little bowls.
So,
looking forward to this.
the area inside, what you guys will see, what seems to be, it's furniture, if you want to call it that. Most of it seems to be, most of it seems to be salvaged out of river ships and whatever could be found coming along. You can see that there is a very noticeable, like a captain's mirror that has been shattered completely. All around the walls, there seem to be a number of dried herbs and incenses, and you can see that there's strips of drying meat. The place itself is cozy in that kind of swamp hutty sort of way, and it's serviceable. Today's dinner meal would have to be a nice combination of rat entrails, a couple of wild herbs.
I usher over with all of the balls and set them in front of them at the broken table. They slide a little bit. It's good food. You eat.
You shouldn't have. I do mean that.
But I did. Now eat.
Well, I like your facilities here, but like you said something about needing help.
Yes. Now you
Yeah.
eat, and then you owe me debt.
How about we just help and then,
Oh,
um,
okay.
in
Well,
thanks
there
for
are-
not having to eat?
You
You
know what?
know
No,
like
I'm
what?
going to try some.
Thank you.
A big slurp.
It's disgusting.
I also lean towards Khaled just in case I throw up.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Khaled will also try some.
It's awful.
Hmm.
I feel like we should be making fort checks.
You should.
You know what? I agree. Why don't you go ahead, Argent and Khaled, give me some fort checks to
Get dunked
sample.
on.
Ow, Argent, you are a fine. So you lean closer to Khaled just in case that you try to throw up, and you can see Khaled as he tries to shut close his own mouth. And depending on what Khaled wants to do, you're going to be the casualty instead of him.
Yeah, it's coming back up at speed.
Oh, yes.
Khaled, if you throw up, I'm going to throw up.
I love projectile vomiting swamp water. It's
I
my
will-
What
favorite
a
What
pastime.
wonderful
my
friend
head.
to make friends. Now I tell you.
Head to the side.
Halvar's just munching on rations. He wasn't touching that horrible stew.
We've
I have made so many mistakes.
I need you to help me get rid of the nasty frogmen. They come, they take my plants, they try and push me out. There's also the big snakes. They're scary. I do not like them.
Hmm.
I run away every time I see them. But the big issue is the frogmen. Yes,
Right.
we get rid of the frogmen,
Frogmen.
and you owe me because I feed you.
Right. Your hospitality is duly noted.
Yes.
Could you be a little bit more specific, or maybe give us a description on these frogmen?
Or location.
They are men, and they are frogs, and they live in a village.
Ah, there's a village.
It is that way? And he kind of points in a general direction.
Uh-huh.
You point west.
So,
Outside, notably outside of your guys' exploration zone.
They are not nice, and I do not like. So we get rid of, yes?
We are happy to
What
help
exactly is it that makes them not nice?
They take my food, they push me away, they do not let me get to the food. They are just not nice.
And how would you like us to take care of them?
We kill.
what?
You
Right.
don't need
But
to
they're
roll the
like
phone, so you're
people.
talking to people. Ram, you don't know this. Sorry to interrupt you, Lewis. Ram, you don't know this. Roleplay is going to be the most centric thing here. I'm going to give you guys. I'll give you bonuses whenever you need to do any diplomacy, but for the most part, it's only for convincing, and you don't need to do it against other PCs.
Okay.
Like talking. If you talk and you do a good, reasonable argument, more likely than not, I'm going to you're going to get what you want rather than having to worry about rolling.
That
So,
said, not to
yeah.
interrupt, we do intend to help you, but we were not planning on passing through your swampy fields again anytime in the future. You would have no way of knowing if the job was done or not.
Well, let me see.
Now the
And
snake
he
thing.
looks
like,
deep in thought. What
that
about
we
the
can help
big
you with.
snakes?
Yeah, we can help you with that one. That's not a problem.
Okay, the biggest snakes, they are led by big head of dragon. This is issue,
Okay,
no?
that might be a problem. Yeah, I see the problem now. the worst is that, and what do you mean big headed dragon?
Well, the head of their organization, the head of their, like, stupidness is the dragon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they are that way.
He points in a direction.
You point to the southwest?
Mm.
Or rather, I believe right now it would just be due west. Or due east. Ugh, I don't know directions.
They're big snakes, and I do not like.
Okay, so there's big snakes to the east of here. I believe we were heading in that direction.
Argent.
No,
We
the
were.
west.
I
So
pull
we
up
get
the-
rid of them, and then later we kill frogmen.
We deal with frogmen, find out.
Deal with, kill, same word.
Right, same word. Argent pulls out the folded piece of paper that has the Taztlwyrms on them and passes them over to Heap and says, is this the snake you are referring to?
I look at it. They look similar, yes?
Of course they do. It seems to be
Yeah.
the Taztlwyrms.
Yes, this is the big snake. They're scary. Hypno-like.
And you are in luck, it was on our agenda regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. You need help, no? Yes, no,
I mean,
Wouldn't turn down a helping hand.
okay.
Yep.
Gus, get at the pack.
The large toad seems to shudder around, trying to move itself. It seems almost rooted firmly in place in its position on top of the table.
Wait,
Stupid fat frog.
We are bringing this man.
I get the big pot of stew, a lot of leftovers, and I bring it over to Gus.
There you go.
Gus will take all of the leftovers and basically, you just shove the pot in full throttle. It just goes all the way in, and then with a couple of sucking and slurping sounds, the pot comes out cleanly retrieved.
Thank you, Gus. This why we not wash dishes, yes?
Oh,
wait, you don't?
I'm happy I had
Khaled
the
owns the
rations.
pearls again.
No need to wash dish. Gus clean.
And I strap the pot onto the pack too.
Oh.
Okay.
I put the pack on my back. Try and lift it.
Okay, we are ready, yes?
I mean, we can go, but usually we, spend the night if it's getting late.
Oh. I thought we go now.
I am good with now.
All right.
I would rather sleep on the road, please.
I
That
didn't
makes sense.
notice when I first came in here, but now I am beginning to smell some of the corners of this building.
Yes, it smells of home.
Yes.
Going to walk past Emil and grab Heap just by his pack and lift him.
Ah,
Oh,
And we
thank
go
you.
out the door.
You are a good barbarian.
Khaled is gonna hurry ahead and tell Samidi not to say anything about the soot scales or hula. We have a new friend who might not appreciate it.
Ah! You head back towards the caravan where Samidi makes his way. You can see that he's leaned up against one of the wagon wheels, and he seems to be still sketching bits of the swamp, but he distinctly refused to enter it. As you say, I have no reason to disagree. It's a pleasure to meet you. What did you say your name was?
And I don't recognize him.
You do not recognize this man at all. Is in fact, I'll go ahead and pull him up again, just, of course, because you do not recognize him at all. It seems to be an Asomar with a nice sort of bronze skin. No noticeable features about him other than the fact that he's Pretty. I mean, he looks kind of high class. Not that kobolds know a whole lot about it, but
Hello. I am Hip. Who are you?
good to meet you, Heap. You can just call me, Sam. Yeah, Sam will do.
Okay. Hello, Sam.
A pleasure. He's not joining us, is he? Did you say he was joining?
Pretty
Yes,
sure
for at
he
least
is.
a little while.
I'll hide my gold things. All right.
Gus! Where are you, you fat toad?
The toad will sluggishly follow along, making more gulps and gurps and burps and burps as he seems to trudge along through the swamp. You notice that he seems to be a little bit more adept at handling a swampy environment than any of your horses are.
Good boy.
Well, there's a shocker.
If you want, having Gus pull your wagons through the swamp is going to treat them for the purposes of exploration as though you were going through forest.
Ooh.
Yes, make Gus work. He must earn the food.
Then you said the Taztlwyrms were due east?
They were due directly east as far as you can remember.
Whoop.
Okay. You guys spend a night? Take a little bit of time at the campfire. What's going on?
I think that having Heap in the party means that when we're doing sort of like the keeping watch at night, it's also keeping watch on his like toad companion as well. So I don't think Heap gets like a shift where he's keeping watch.
So who is this watching the... as part of their shift? Give me a shift going on.
You are going full robo, my friend.
Yeah, you broke out pretty bad there.
Is there ever a day without a problem?
It was yesterday, you missed it.
Yep.
So go ahead and so who's gonna keep watch for the night for when they're watching? I'm guessing they're watching in the night, and they're also watching Gus the Toad.
I
He
mean,
will
I
sit
usually
on-
keep-
He will sit on Gus's head and keep watch out in the woods.
So
I
first time
usually
going
keep
for-
watch. So if anyone else wants to join the watch with me,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm just saying
yeah,
that like
kinda
Heap
had to
never
take
gets
turns,
turned by
you know.
himself. There's always somebody else with him simultaneously.
Just a classic. Zen, you're going to be able to have the privilege to witness something terrifying.
well, those are my favorite kinds of things.
I pull my
You're-
pants back up and come out of the woods. Oh, something else.
Your gaze strays from Heap and the Toad for only probably about maybe a minute or two, a small distraction into the night, maybe a little bump in the woods that was worth investigating. But you are in witness as to when you turn around and you see the Toad, you can see what appears to be a large hoof sticking out from its mouth as it seems to slurp and gobble it up. And it's just identifiable enough to realize that that was an entire deer.
Shush, Gus. Eat quiet.
As long as I don't have to feed him, I'm gonna have my own problems on that score.
You are supposed to share. Greedy frog.
All right. Yeah, for the
You're breaking up again.
Internet.
I wanna die.
And now
There you
you're
go.
clear as day. Just for that part.
When I'm depressed, it makes the stream run better. There will be one other event that'll play through the rest of the night, and Heap, you in particular, this is the farthest east you've been in months. You've been situated in your little cabin home for a while now and have made the most of your life in the swamp. It's definitely not the comfort that you're acquainted to with the kobolds, and you haven't really told too much about your people there or the problems that you're having. But tonight will be a restless night. You're going to wake up this morning fatigued. The voices have been particularly bad.
Damn ghosts.
Let me click fatigued. Okay.
Ugh.
But you get through the night. No issues. And you guys proceed on to the next area. Can I go ahead and get some perception checks, please?
Hold up real
Hey.
quick. Somebody was keeping watch with Heap during that time period. Just want to clarify, did we hear him say damn ghosts?
He said it audibly.
Alright,
Then give me
checking.
a perception. Give me a perception, Zen. I want to hear it. He was saying something about ghosts. You're not really sure what, though.
Well, I mean, I feel pretty confident he's touched in the head.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Perception now. Base perception checks. I've already got one from Emil. Everyone else want to throw me one?
I do not.
Okay. Khaled's going to be the first. We're going to this little area. You are charging through this.
Beep boop.
Nothing.
Noga, we're gonna have to have you say something demeaning about yourself again.
This is actually bad. Because my Roll20 stuff is being really weird on top of everything. It's like the game. It's like it doesn't want me to stream.
This is why you don't host the stream.
That's why I don't host. Allow me a couple of minutes, but as you guys are going to be able to find, you travel onto a very familiar site. You come across an ancient battlefield.
Damn it.
Again.
That's like our fourth.
Yeah, it's like a different one each time, right? It's not the same one.
No,
but
it's not.
No, they're
the
in
same
vastly
one.
different areas.
Yeah, no. But if it had been the same one magically appearing in different places, that would have been a lot stranger.
I would have noped the fuck out a long time ago.
Oh yeah,
Well,
sure.
I mean, it's a battlefield full of swords. I can't imagine that we remember them in enough detail to recognize it as the same battlefield swords.
Same trees, same
parts
hills,
of it.
landmarks.
Oh no.
What?
This is not going to help with my problem.
I mean, were you unaware of this battlefield? I don't.
I do not pass this way.
Ah, I see. Well, let's just. Let's just pass it. I don't see any reason why we would linger here too much. Maybe there's some good
Well-
equipment though.
Yeah, I would do a pass this sweep with detect magic.
Yeah, let's see if we can detect some
Alright,
magical stuff that might have stood the test of time. Yeah.
get
You're
the
not going to
detect
be
magic
able to
out.
do. Oh, everybody's detecting.
I'm staying as far away from this as I can.
I think Emil and Halvar are.
Everyone will be able to tell that you don't need any checks for this. However, there's no magical presences in the area that are easily able to be detected. But you notice that there seem to be a number of tracks that run through this area. Let me give you a small description for the battlefield itself first. This battlefield sits just on the edge of the forest, right beside the Shrike River, and you can see that there still seems to be the desiccated remains and torn up armor as people are half buried onto the dirt itself. It's hard to tell exactly when this battle took place, but it strikes you as much in the same of the one that you found by the old gnarled tree that looked like a claw hand.
The claw.
But as you're detecting through, you can see that there seems to be a number of tracks, particularly that of a draconic-typed beast, something with a lot of claws and is very large. Many of them seem to be moving through the area, and with a brief take 10 on survival, because I know one of you have it, you'll be able to tell that this isn't just one or two Taztlwyrms. These are dozens.
Noise.
Whole flocks of them seem to be moving through this area. And they seem to head in a pretty consistent direction.
Do tell.
Should we follow the tracks?
I mean,
Just
we're here
like
to
that,
take
huh?
care of snakes, right?
Oh no.
How many like roughly, group size wise, was it?
The group, several dozen.
Oh, and these are big, right?
They are medium size.
I mean, yeah, which is fairly big for a snake.
Yeah.
Okay.
These things have claws, which is important to know.
At the very least, we could follow it far enough to know where they are, and what's drawing them together.
Yeah, let's see if we can
Reasonable.
find some more information about these.
So, you guys continue along and follow the tracks.
I'm going
Do
to
we know if
follow
they're
at the
poisonous
back
or
of the
anything?
group.
I'm sorry, what did you say something, Ram?
Go ahead, Emil.
I was just wondering
Are
if
they-
we know if they were poisonous or not.
They're draconic, knowledge arcane.
And I'm
Oh.
saying that I'm going to follow at the back of the group.
Taztlwyrms. You know that Taztlwyrms are, in fact, poisonous. They have a particular poisonous vapor that is carried onto their breath that they usually breathe directly onto their opponents, particularly by grappling onto them and attempting to almost inject it into their mouths.
Oh.
I believe you get 2 more facts. Anything else you'd like to ask about the Taztlwyrm?
What's the group dynamic like? Like, if they have a society or just packs or...
Taztlwyrms are very primitive relatives to the dragon, from what you're able to remember. They are, for the most part, brainless animals. They don't really coordinate on any of their own, and they're very solitary. To see a Taztlwyrm or several Taztlwyrms in a pack is something unnatural. Usually, if there's a nest, it's about 3 or 4.
Huh.
And they're usually not dangerous. Well, they're dangerous, they're not excessively dangerous.
Not
They're not
hostile?
aggressive, is what you're saying.
Usually they'll steal, like, from a... if you're out... It's a pretty popular saying, especially in this region where Aristil is so popular. Taztlwyrms are known for being a little bit wily in the idea of they usually steal prey that people have taken after they've shot it or something like that. They're kind of scavengers in that way. It's a very popular saying within Crioza to say, like, if you... Rather than a hunter saying they missed their shot, they'll say a Taztlwyrm took it. Kind of keeps the things together, but they don't ever attack anybody on their own. They might steal cattle or something, but
As long as we can all agree this is a problem.
Yeah, that'll be a problem.
Dozens would be an issue, yes.
Yes, big
Dozens.
snakes are bad.
Halvar. You are trudging along, and you continue through this distinct battlefield, and it might not look like much to anyone else, but something particular seems to catch your eye. A silver battle axe buried pretty haphazardly into someone's chest. It seems to mostly retain its luster.
Going to give it a brief once over. Does it detect its magic in any way, shape, or form?
You do not detect any particular magic, but with a quick appraisal, you're able to tell that it's masterwork.
Okay. I'm just gonna yank it out of the chest then.
You rip it free of the chest, and everyone that was doing a sweep of the magic field detects a foul wind. Slowly and steadily, corpses seem to shuffle out of the ground, almost as though you had disturbed them personally, and each lets out an ominous, low moan in aggression.
Oh, that's not great.
Gentlemen,
Oh,
I made a
no.
boo-boo.
And so...
Damn ghosts.
Welcome to the battlefield, gentlemen.
Do these appear corporeal?
They do not appear incorporeal, though their flesh seems very blue and torn away, and their arms are still pretty well, like their weapons and their armor are still pretty cohesive.
But they okay, but they seem physical. Okay.
They're
They are
definitely
corpses
physical.
that's lifted up.
They
They're not
seem
manifestations.
They seem to be, at the very least, more robust than your average zombie. But for nobody, there's no surprise round. They take their time getting out of the ground, and you guys take your time to prepare. First up, Caleb.
I will charge this gentleman over here.
Okay, you have 10 feet. Take a +2.
I am also activating Archaeology's Luck.
Remind me what that does.
It just gives me a luck bonus to some stuff.
Okay. That is going to be a solid hit, but you notice once again that it feels like your attacks don't reach quite as well as they should. Alvar.
Alright, first things up, I'm going to cast Mage Armor and then whip out my Great Axe. And that will be my turn as I wait to see who moves where.
This zombie is going to shovel to life, wielding a great axe of its own. You can see that it wears very cheap, very rugged leathers, and seems to be equipped with a set of light tusk. And it takes a swing at Khaled with its great axe.
I would like to parry.
Go ahead. You definitely parry it. Go ahead and give me a re-attack. That'll hit. Another good bit of damage, but you don't do a whole lot to it.
I attack. They said it's their last words for every enemy ever.
1, 2, 3, 4 as it passes by the tree. And then it ends its turn. Heap, you've kept well out of the fight, and you can see that a group of zombies have wrapped around your new allies.
Alright, let me see here. It's...
Time to display who you are.
Okay. I'm gonna... 5... 20. That's...
Kobold movement.
Overweight kobold movement.
Oh no.
Wait, what?
Kobolds have a movement speed of 30, but because I'm at my medium load, I have a movement speed of 20.
Why are you carrying so much stuff?
He's not.
What's
For
that
the
backpack?
record, his light load ends at 17.5 pounds.
I have 7 strength.
Alright, what are you doing?
I love him.
I'm going to wait until more zombies come up, and then I'm going to channel positive energy.
Okay. So you're just gonna well, I guess you can't delay if you did your move. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Well, you can.
Go ahead and...
You can ready. You can't delay.
Yeah, I'm gonna ready until the last 3 zombies are within the 30 feet.
Okay. I'll take that. That's acceptable.
I'm gonna take an opportunity attack here as I go because I'm gonna end my turn over in this square. But before I do, I'm gonna end up attacking this Draugr like as I rush past. And these creatures, they're like traditional undead, mostly like bones, not a lot of skin.
Yeah.
All right. So I can make Kinetic Blade do whatever kind of damage I want. It is treated as a magic weapon, but I think I'm gonna go with bludgeoning then. As I rush past, just like the shields and the weapons from the battlefield come ripping up and strike simultaneously as I race across.
So, do you think he saw?
I don't think you saw.
That's 2 nat 20s.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wait, he insta-dies.
Mm-hmm. Tell me
No.
more about this Draugr destroying my butt.
It gets worse. All right. So I'm gonna need give
I'm
me.
so ready for this.
I need you to give me a fortitude, please.
Oh no!
Oh no. Okay.
Oh no! Nat 20, and a 2 and a 1. Wait, no, is that a 4? 2 and a 3. Nice.
So.
All right. Can you put on some sad music for my character death?
You're not dead.
Okay,
You're not dead. You have
All right.
1 HP.
nice.
And you are nauseated.
That's really good.
That's something.
Oh my god, thank god you have like the HP pool from the fucking heavens.
Does anyone want to try to attempt a Walking Dead and try to lay down and pretend to be dead? So go ahead, no, take your move. You're
Okay.
going to get your move.
Fantastic. Well, also, nauseated does prevent me from doing anything, so my move is irrelevant regardless. But I want to say that it says in the description that it experiences stomach distress in the user, and I just want to say that canonically, I like, as I'm like retching as the fucking great axe digs into me, my last action on this earth is to like look at Heap and like in my eyes express, "This is all your fault."
I love you too.
Okay, so the Dragger scored 1 solid hit on Argent. Emil.
Yeah.
Right.
I like axes.
Yep.
I'm sure you
Oh.
do.
I'm gonna use a swift action to magically enhance my sword, as is tradition.
Mhm.
And then, let me just quickly make sure I have spells. That's not great.
Okay, so I guess you're dead now. I just rolled 3 20s in a row.
Holy fuck!
No, I'm not.
What?
I'm tossing that out. I wanted to see if I get a third 20, and I just did.
Nice. I'm gonna smack this guy. Actually,
Go ahead.
I'll use spell combat for this one. So, because then I can cast a spell afterwards.
Remind me if it still provokes in the range that you're at.
Thing is, I haven't cast my spell yet. I just need to
And
take the negative in order to be able to cast a spell. I can take a 5-foot step before casting.
Okay. You don't even
just
have to
need
worry
to
about
know.
it. He doesn't have an AOO anyways.
Okay. And so I'll attack him, and then I'll cast Shield.
Okay. You attack him. It does a solid damage, but he does not go down, and he will.
I'll 5-foot step here.
Okay. This one's going to move. It shuffles a little bit closer. It doesn't seem to even notice Heap as it just tries to walk past him to Halvar. Any interrupts? Anything that you're able to do? Do you have a weapon on your hand? Do you have any weapons on your hand?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Then it passes to these. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that within range?
Yup.
All right.
All right.
Channel
I
up.
need to make a will save.
How many? Is this against every single one?
Yep.
All right. Top to bottom, left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right. One of them made it.
That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. Special boy here. Go ahead and give me some damage.
4. I rolled a
You
1
did.
and a 3.
All right. 4.
And everyone healed for 4 as well.
Really? You do both?
It's just channel positive energy.
It's one or
That
the other.
you have to choose whether you harm
Oh,
them or
okay.
heal living.
So then just the
Yeah.
damage.
Yep, so it's definitely just damage. And as you do so, this one crumbles back to the ground.
Thank you.
The barbarian zombies call out in a very foreign language almost as they seem to groan and aggressively mumble. "Rashi wura wurgras."
Do I recognize the language?
You do. It seems to be Orcish. They are cursing at you. In a literal sense. God. Oh, please, no, go ahead.
I curse back.
Garrosh yourself, motherfucker.
I got a question. Can I make a knowledge check? Do I know these things are resistant to, or have DR bludgeoning?
Yeah, you know that just by attacking them, you know that they have resistance. Anytime that your character attacks something and I give you information like you feel like your attacks aren't having as much effect, you know.
Happy. I'm going to get a little bit angry. My eyes are going to glow, and I'm going to punch some zombies.
That's a couple of good knocks as this thing just crumbles to the ground. It crumbles at the first hit, but the second one just gives a shining uppercut as you watch its head fly free.
If the first one kills it, then I will use my move action. I don't know if I want to go. How far do I want to go? Wait. I'm going to go right there. That provokes.
You provoke an attack. Alright. Jarger's gonna take a swing.
I'm going to attempt to parry.
I'm just gonna roll them. You can parry them as needed. There's a good parry. Solid. Crit. And a crit and a confirm. As you take this thing down on the riposte. Helvar.
5-foot step. And we're gonna try to make with the crunchity.
This is not a flank. Keep that in mind.
I know.
Okay. That's a solid hit. It drops. Let's see. That's out of combat. That's out of combat. Heat.
Okay, I'm going to reach down and touch Argent. And healed him.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's an 8-foot tall kobold.
Reach over and touch him.
Well, I'm probably doubled over currently, but
Archie,
Reach
Reach
up.
touch fight.
you are no
nauseated.
longer. You are not nauseated. You're no longer nauseated.
Wow.
Because it was on an AOO, so it actually goes away on your round.
Okay. Then realizing that I was at the brink of death with the blood streaming down my back or whatever, and this little kobold has saved my life, I give that look of okay, forget about the soup, we're cool, and immediately return to the fray.
Oh yeah, that forget about the soup look. I know that look.
He really liked the soup.
But again, still very clumsy and vulnerable to my recent near-death experience. It's not really the sort of the strength uppercut that I'm used to. But
PCI language is powerful.
Is this a charge?
it is not.
It is not. Then that is unfortunately going to be a miss.
Yeah.
You are not having a good day. Emil.
Right. So this tree, which square is it occupying?
It's not occupying any square. You can just walk around it.
Okay.
It is not battlefield terrain. Don't worry about it.
In that case, I'll move. There's a way to do this. Like that, and I'll have to do an acrobatics to not get AO'd.
Okay, you're rolling against their CMD?
Yes.
Okay.
30? Yes. Okay. And then I will attack the one I'm flanking.
Alright,
With
go
my
ahead.
sword still, because I don't have a second weapon. And maybe that was an oversight on my part.
That will hit. Just narrowly as the thing does not go down, but you skewer it on the other side, and Argent's able to basically grab the sword if he wants to. Alright, that's dead. That's alive, and it's going to take a swing at Emil now.
Nope.
And it shuffles over. And this one is also going to take a swing at a meal. This is going to be at a +2, so 21.
Does not hit.
Okay.
Shield up.
Khaled, in a 5-foot step, get up real close and just punch the back of this guy's head like a bongo drum.
Yeah.
Right on the mark as you bonk it.
I forgot I didn't include the flanking bonus, but I guess it doesn't matter.
It does not. So you are. Give me a small description.
So he steps forward, punches him in the back of the head, and then follows it up with a kick that knocks the head clean off. Like a soccer ball.
You hear a nice, satisfying pop as you do so. Halvar.
All right. Halvar is going to work his way over here. And that's not a flank or charge. Where's the attack button? Ooh,
That won't do it.
nope. But that is my turn.
Heap.
Okay, I will move up to here, and I will touch Argent again. I will reach down and touch his ankle. And... the
6 HP.
There you go.
Argent. Redemption time.
Yes, realizing that he no longer has the -4 penalty to strength from like 3 fights ago, our hero finally does remember how to swing his kinetic. Sort of.
Holy shit.
I'm still gonna do bludgeoning damage, even though I know it's not effective, because he hasn't experienced it yet.
However, even as you do bludgeoning damage, even as you do anything else, you find that your punch is nice and satisfying. Give me your description.
The left hand goes out again, just to like a dirty punch to the jaw for this creature, even though he doesn't realize that they're not, susceptible to things like this. And then with his right hand, just reaches down, makes kind of like a fist near the ground, and just rips it straight up to have this large stalagmite just go up and through the creature's center.
It does exactly that, popping out freely from its skull as the zombie just falls backwards, dead, and you can see that the bodies seem to slowly recede back into the ground, but not before you can hear a whisper in Orcish, giving word of warning for what lies ahead. Go no further. They vanish.
Do I see any, small, maybe a little bit smaller than my hand-sized rocks anywhere around?
You're able to find a couple. You find one, a particularly gruesome scene where you can see that there seems to be two corpses right beside each other, and it seems that both clubbed each other in the head with a rock at the same exact time.
I'm gonna pick them up and stick them in my pack.
You do so.
I'm going to go over and pick up that masterwork battle axe that set off everything else and just kind of slip that into my pack.
You have obtained a Masterwork Silver Battle Axe.
Silver?
That's me a souvenir. But it bears mentioning that the nice zombies warned us not to go any further.
How considerate of them.
So, you guys are still traveling along. The trail is still there. You just didn't follow it to completion. What would you guys like to do?
I did keep aside at some point in time early on and say that I cannot be understated enough that you did save my life back there. If there
Yes, this
anything
is
else-
what Hip does.
Good work, kid.
Do you mind if I ask, how did you come across to learn such magic?
He's born with it. Cobalt Master, give me blessing.
I
My
see.
bit's Maybelline.
But it is not a gift from my god.
Yes, the Kobold Master gives me the blessing.
I
Hmm.
Kobold master
I'm
still alive and
unfamiliar.
well.
Master.
The Kobold Master is always alive and well.
I
He
see.
gives me the blessing.
Okay.
All right. So
I no longer wish to speak to the kobold.
Theolo- um, theology debate aside, this trail, does it lead straight through the battlefield, or is the battlefield like circular? Is it like
It
over?
leads straight across.
Straight
In
across.
time,
Okay.
you guys will actually find you're coming up farther and closer to the river as you travel further east along the battlefield itself. And you see where the trail seems to lead. A large stone ruined structure built on a small peninsula-like island just off from the battlefield itself.
Now that's interesting.
Do you proceed?
Yeah.
Does it seem like we're in any kind of danger?
Not at the moment.
So what do you guys think we're gonna find out there?
The big snakes.
Taztlwyrm.
Right, but I meant like beside, because it looks old and it looks like it's like, somebody made it for a purpose, probably.
Could be. We won't know unless we go look at it.
Right. Let's do this then.
Heap's going to do his best to be as stealthy as possible.
You do pretty good. You pretty good at navigating your way behind small shrubbery, little inclines and ditches that were dug in the battlefield itself. This isn't an unfamiliar sight. You're from this region, so you see a lot of these. From what you were able to gather, which is very limited for a kobold, you were able to find that it seemed to be like some humans and some orcs were fighting a very long time ago. But that is not a worry. You guys approach a large stone structure. Its walls long crumbled and its fortifications long eroded. There was a wooden palisade path that seemed to lead all the way up here, trudging through the rest of the swamp itself and making sure that it was a nice solid footpath. But most of it is rotted away, eaten into the dirt, and gives just barely that of a walkable path up to the place. A nice little grass pasture seems to be laid around, and you can see that this is familiar stonework. Yes, any of those born in Restov will know that it seems homely.
Oh.
How long is it taking to get here? It takes you not actually that many time. It's only a few hours away, but the place itself was quite hidden, even though it's on the middle of the river.
Okay, so it's in more than 2 hours. That's all I need.
More than 2 hours?
See.
Yeah.
That's all I needed.
So, this is where all the worms are located?
Well, that's where the trail leads, so probably.
Let's try to try being the operative word. Let's try to sneak up a little bit so we don't.
Right, and if we need to, we try and find a choke point, right?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. You do a little bit of looking around the area to try to get a little bit of a scout before you go in and enter into the fort. You will need to enter into the fort itself. A large stack of rocks obscures your vision. You'll only be able to see inside once you climb it yourself. You see that there's only one entrance, what was the remains of a nice, large, 30-foot tall palisade. Wooden, now long eroded as the rest of the walls have crumbled down onto it. You can still see the specks of shields that were attached to the door itself. And Emil, this strikes you peculiarly, as they are the banner of House Aldori.
Huh.
So far into the west and so far to the south.
Right. Hey guys, there seemed to have been some sort of Aldori like outpost or something. This is my house's banner.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you suppose they were doing out here?
I don't know, but I kind of feel like we now, for certain, need to like find out. I'm curious.
Let's go.
And yeah, let's
Lead on into yonder fort.
approach the place. I'll just roll some stealth up here, just make sure.
If they're moving quietly, I still stay way back then.
Okay, you stay and make well behind. You want to give me a perception check, a meal in particular, as you're going to take up the head. That'll do it. You take some time, you put your ear to the wall, try to listen to anything that could be inside, and you don't hear much, but you do hear something. One single entity that seems to be shuffling around in the place.
Sorry, I couldn't actually hear you because somebody's shouting in the background.
They seem there's a single entity that seems to be inside of the walls of this fort, and they seem extremely haggard, tired even. They're moving sluggishly, but they're slowly and steadily shuffling something.
I'll just move back to like single entity moving. Let's see if we can't get a peek. And I'll try to quietly climb the rocks. I don't know how that would work, but I'll try.
You'll be able to do it without too much trouble, believe it or not, as the person that is inside does not seem to be paying much attention. In fact, they seem quite familiar.
Oh.
Allow me, I'm going to go ahead and give another look. And then inside, you see that in the center, the walls of this place have been completely eroded out. All that remains is the foundations, the stone pathways, anything wood has been torn away. But a number of things seem to be piled into the center, and seems to be continually added upon as Keston Garrus seems to claw his way through the rocks, trying to look and see for more stuff. A pile of books have been made up into the center of the fort, and he's steadily throwing more and more pieces of ancient history just off of the ledge, the one-story-tall ledge that he seems to be crouched up upon. He pays no attention to you, and he seems to be wearing his normal outfit, full-plate armor with his shield, and he seems to be grumbling and cursing under his breath.
Wait, it's just...
He's shuffling through the rocks. He's steadily moving them and moving them aside, and you can see he grabs away another eaten piece of wood, curses under his breath, and chucks it back onto the pile as he goes back and turns to keep digging through the rocks.
I like to just like stand up like from behind some rock and just like, oh, hey, Keston, what are you doing here?
He stands up now, a little shocked to hear of anyone in the first place. He goes to grab at his handle and standing up, but notices that it's you and gives a deep, worn-out sigh. Can I ever be rid of you?
Nope, doesn't seem like it.
Did you want to be?
Do you
It
maybe
would help.
want a hand?
Sure.
Oh, also, do you know what this place is? I saw this banner on the entrance, but I've never heard of this place before.
No. I don't want to know, and to be honest, I don't care to know. What's important is that it's a fort, and forts have... He hefts like a large 80-pound stone and chucks it off to the side.
I can lift about 300 pounds above my head, so would you like an engineering check to see the largest rock I can pull from this pile without destabilizing it?
You don't need to do that. You just grab from the top without the whole thing shuffling down and start chucking from the rest. As you can see that it seems to be caved up, and it seems to be caking away at something of a stairwell.
So I'm just gonna keep like grabbing anything that looks to be big and just chucking it like it is small child.
It's whatever you want it to be. Just an old, worn-out fort with enough treasures under it to help someone out. wouldn't put too much stock into it. You know how old these lands are.
Right.
Give some time to investigate. Keston seems to be mostly neutral to your guys' presence, though he appreciates the help.
Keston, have you seen any Taztlwyrms?
Taztlwyrms. No, but I did move away something of a wooden nest in this place. Chances are something big and terrifying is coming to reclaim it. But it's gone now. And he hucks another rock over.
Huh.
But
I
something,
see.
something lived here. I plan to leave before it makes its appearance.
Wait, so is this an old cave-in that he's dealing with, or is
This
this
is
new?
an old cave-in. This seems to
Okay.
be the place that's worn away. You can see that the wall fell away.
Yes, that would probably be best. Khaled will, kind of get in there and help clear out whatever he can.
You take some time. You still have more time to investigate the rest of the fort, and a few minutes pass with no real progress being made. The cave-in itself is massive. Though the fort now is, from what you are able to tell, is most definitely an Aldori fort. Moth-eaten banners seem to have just narrowly survived the passing of time, and you can see them dressed out from the second floor foundation, from which Keston himself is trying to remove stuff away from.
Regretting lacking the prep of Ant Hall.
How high up is
Otherwise,
this? How far down is the water?
you take some time to go look at the river itself, seeing that it seems to be a rocky cliff face standing about 20 feet over the rocks themselves. This whole area seems to be whitewater rapids, which explains well enough as to why nobody could probably find this place by boat, but it's also obscured from the other side of the river itself. A couple of stone bastion-looking structures seem to block the passage from the rest of the forest across the river.
Okay, Heap's gonna take out his fishing equipment and tie like 2 or 3 of his fishing lines together so that they reach down there and starts trying to fish.
Okay. You take some time. It'll be a minute.
Oh.
You
While
all just
we're
plan to
digging,
help Keston.
Cat-
Go ahead, please.
While we're digging, Khaled proposes that at least one of us keeps an eye out in case the worms return. So maybe take shifts digging and then take shifts keeping an eye out.
If you don't
That
mind,
sounds good.
I'm gonna stick with the digging.
Sounds good.
Arjun actually calls and says, "Hey, if it's no trouble, I can do both." And from a point on the nearby watchtower, he's sort of keeping an eye out for the distance there. But like with his right hand, I'm able to use the sift ability to move heavy rocks aside with my telekinetic abilities.
Nice.
Whoa.
Very useful, but it's still going to take a lot of time.
In this one niche situation.
How much time is a lot of time?
It's probably going to take more than a couple of hours, even with everyone helping out. Keston himself was clearly rooting through, trying to find any spare pieces that he could buried under the rubble. You can see what remains of probably some sort of barracks on the third floor foundation that seems to be built up from where the place itself seems to have crumbled down. So, like, around here. And a number of loose items can be found underneath the stone. With a few hours of digging, you guys are going to be able to manage these things. And Keston will, of course, split a welcome share, but it's not much of a share. You will get 2 Masterwork dueling swords, a Masterwork half plate that seems to, after a little bit of shuffle between all of you, you're able to find that it fits Argent pretty well. Everyone else, it seems kind of inappropriately sized.
Ah.
A whole Aldori banner
Hey.
of enlarged person, a potion of bear's endurance, 51 gold pieces, 22 silver pieces, and 40 copper pieces. All the while you dig, Keston gives no sign of really talking up or talking to any of you. Mostly focused on scrounging out his few copper coins that he's managed to find.
So, Keston's been acting pretty weird since he got here. Can I do some kind of sense motive check to see if he's under kind of, is he alcoholic? Is he under some kind of spell? Is he, you know, what's his deal?
Give me a check. I'm gonna just roll base d20. You're not able to tell much. Keston is, of course, a stony-faced man in his own right. Especially given that he's not talking to you, he's not giving any sort of signs. He seems mostly neutral, though tired. He's been at this for a lot longer since before you guys have been here.
It's with his constant wandering, he's just a bizarre man.
It's about the 3rd or 4th hour. Argent, you hear a shuffling across the forest line, and then more shuffling, and then, well, as coming from the tree line, you get pretty good warning and notice about what's coming ahead. But you'll see almost 24 Taztlwyrms as they seem to make their way steadily back towards the fort.
Oh, fuck.
We need to go, like, now. Serious problems incoming.
Does he
In
notice?
tow, behind them, something shifts the trees, pushing them away, making room. Fire, smoke, and burning as it seems to rise above the tree line. And in time, you see what seems to be a dragon. A massive adult red dragon shifts its way, an army of Taztlwyrms at its back.
The
Or at its
fuck?
front.
Yeah, we should go.
We're on a peninsula,
dragon.
homie. They're in the tree
Leap.
line.
Leap into the rapid waters.
Yeah.
Not sure which one is more deadly.
Heap's gonna try and make his way over here. That looks a little precarious, though. Do you want me to roll like an acrobatics to see if I can get
Halvar's
over
gonna
there?
go fight him. Or
You're
Kalad's gonna go fight him.
You're small, so I'd say that you can do it without not much trouble. And also in 3 hours or so, give me a 1d20 roll. Just d20, nothing else. With a d20 roll, you catch approximately 10 gold worth of fish.
That's a lot of fish.
It's actually
Very
quite a lot of
important
fish.
right
It's a massive salmon. Khaled, you've shuffled up to the front of the fort.
Yes, I'm going to shout out. Let me see what languages I got. I'm going to shout out in Draconic. We mean no harm.
The large, very boisterous-looking dragon shoves itself to the lead. The Taztlwyrms seem like they were about to go onto a large offensive against you, but shuffle back as it calls out in Draconic, "Hold!" It makes its way to the front to address you. You're able to see that it lacks wings. Nubs out on its back. You... What sort of tasty morsels have wound themselves up in my lair?
Yeah. I'm Kala. These are my friends. What did you say your name was?
You are meat. Nothing more, nothing less. But you humor me. How funny it is to see bugs trying to speak to one such as myself. I'll humor you. I am Goldfang, ruler of this keep, and you are intruders. Was it not enough to know that the tracks that led here were our lair? Did your curiosity truly become you?
Well, to be
Well-
fair, I only really found the tracks of the Taztlwyrms. I don't know how I could have missed yours, as you should have a much greater presence, but we were in fact not aware that this belonged to you, or someone of your great stature.
Yeah, what he said.
There's an important thing in this world for people to recognize, especially the weak. Context. You've made a grave error. But I am in luck. Our hunt was poor and grows poorer a day. I thank you. And so...
You broke up there. I'm assuming it was
Yes, R2D2. How are we going to save the princess?
Callahan's gonna like wave his hands in the air, like showing he doesn't have any weapons, and he's going to say, Goldfang, I couldn't help but notice that you seem to have been injured.
Injured? Injured? Don't talk to me about injured!
What if we could fix
How
that?
dare you! And he is going to attempt to breathe fire on Khaled.
No, brilliant.
Like that.
Oh my god!
Khaled, you're gonna have actually quite a bit of time as you realize that breathing fire takes a minute for him. You guys each have a round to yourselves.
I would like to cast Gravity Bow.
I'm going to lifelink onto Khaled.
I'm going to get really upset because this guy's being kind of a dick, and I'm gonna charge him.
Whoa.
Okay.
Arjun is completely elsewhere. I am creating a path down the side of the mountain that's like free of debris, where we can fucking leap off to safety into the water.
The water's like a rapid stream.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I have a decent swim check.
I don't.
I mean, they have to
Uh,
run.
You're going to approach him, and he's definitely going to take a snap at you.
Is
Just a
he
moment.
flat-footed?
He's acted.
He's
not-
acted.
Attacking first,
True.
yeah.
Yeah. In that case, then I'm going to. I'm gonna parry his attack.
Okay. He's going to snap a bite on you.
Oh, this guy's easy.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is great.
Oh.
As you approach, you can see the fireball seems to be like just fading. It seems to be building up into his cheeks, and he snaps onto you, and lets go. And his face and nostrils seem to be pluming smoke just at your face, and he seems to be ready to just let loose a massive flame in your direction. But he's gonna have to roll initiative. Woo!
Will do, I guess.
I stuck to
Oh,
my
that's
attack.
good.
Though,
That's
right?
real good.
Do you not know how to address your betters? I am not injured. I am great. I am mighty.
If it functions as a surprise round, you only get a move or a standard.
Oh, this is gonna
You
be.
can-
I'm operating this as just a normal round.
Okay.
I'm not fucking with the standards at the moment, just because things a little fucky wucky on my side. Don't worry too much about it, dog.
Zen's question
No.
remains: does he get his attack?
Yeah.
Does he get his attack? Yeah, he absolutely does. Apologies, I didn't mean to.
Hey.
Tazz- All right, Emil, you'll have the first round of it.
Alright. So I have shield up. I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp, magic my sword, and move up to strike the motherfucker.
Just a moment. Looking at some things. Multi-attack thing. Okay, go ahead.
In fact, does not have combat
my
reflexes.
He's not going to get another attack, so you can...
Bam? Oh.
So that's a delivery on the shocking grasp, right? Because you're using it as like your free action to hit with.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not
I'm
gonna
using
cut it.
the weapon to hit. Yeah.
That's not going to cut it.
Yeah, that's
You can
fine.
see that your sword doesn't even pierce the scale.
Okay.
He's too big to not hit. It's just that the weapons are having
Yeah,
no
yeah.
effect. Halvar.
Okay.
It's just too chunky.
Concern. I am going to use my bonded object trait to cast magic weapon, even though I didn't prep it, and touch the longbow and make it magic. Then, as a free action, I'm going to drop my bonded object and pull out the longbow as a move.
Argent, Keston's going to act on your turn because you have the same last name. Enjoy.
Yeah. That's good.
All right. Anything else?
Nope. That is all possible actions.
Kellen.
So my earlier attack hit, right?
It was the. I'm sorry again. Which attack was it? Because I didn't get to see another attack. Oh, the
26.
10. The 26. The attack will hit. It will not confirm. And it does less damage than you think. But yes, it hit.
I'm going to tell my companions that we should flee. I will buy
thanks.
you time.
You
Well,
ran up
I'm-
first.
Yeah, to buy you time. And then I'm going to stab it.
Okay. That will hit. Both attacks will hit. Each attack will seem a little bit less effective than the last, but you do some pretty decent damage. Argent.
I'm still preparing as best I can for the group to be able to retreat. I'd love to be able to just hop down off the side here if I can, and give us this little exit way here to the right if we need to go. But I'm also
Okay.
keeping an eye open for Heap and shouting to the kobold that needs to get over here.
Keston will follow along with you and say, My gods! Why are there such dangerous things in this region?
You are telling me, Gala, this is not the time to be a hero.
And Keston's gonna take off and say, follow me and pray! It's into the water, disappearing. Keep.
At the start of Heap's turn, Khaled heals for 5 hit points. And 5, 10, 15, 20. And that, then I'm going to bond on Emil as well. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, so it's going to do a 30-foot cone blast that should hit Khaled and Emil, and Heap, you were just outside of range of it.
Cool.
So go ahead and give me some reflex saves, please.
I'm so scared.
In addition, Emil and Khaled will take 1d6 damage. Regardless of your reflex.
Wow. Good.
Okay, those are
Good.
both good enough. You're gonna take half damage from this, but you notice that a large fiery aura seems to surround the dragon as it seems to try to flap its little stubs, and its claws rear up into the air, and the temperature in the area seems to increase to an absolutely inhospitable range.
Alright.
And the Taztlwyrms are actually just all gonna delay until past the fucking dragon.
Yeah, Taztlwyrms are just watching Dad take care of business.
Half of what
and-
damage?
You're gonna take half of 9
not
damage each. 9 damage each, in addition to your 1d6.
Oh, this guy's a baby. We can kill him.
Oh, I'll roll my 1d6 then, I guess.
It's not so much that it's a baby. You notice that as it rears out, its like its long neck, the fireball seems to almost get caught back into its throat, and it gives deep hacks of smoke pluming back out of its lungs. And the fire just doesn't seem as effective. And the Taztlwyrms will all begin to act, and they will all start swarming. None of them will begin their attack, but they're all going to start positioning themselves around, and like they're trying to get closer to Dad. They'll mumble out in like very broken, like gibberish draconic. Not saying any actual words so much as they're just kind of like parrots.
This is very
Emil.
bad.
Oh. Sorry?
I said run.
Oh. Well, not leaving you here. Fuck.
That's a miss.
Yeah. Let's see, that's my standard. Fuck, this thing is big. Guess I'll 5-foot step back.
Okay. No more actions you can take.
Not really.
Halvar.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to shoot the dragon.
Make an attempt.
An attempt was made.
Ooh.
The arrow seems to just completely slide free of its scales, and it gives another boisterous laugh.
That's my turn.
Yes.
I have a need to do the deep smoke voice of, you came in the wrong house, fool!
I'm gonna keep stabbing.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay.
What would Khaled do?
What would Khaled do?
I mean, I want Khaled would stay and keep this guy busy while his friends run.
Okay. Khaled, I want you to give me a give me a
confirmed crit.
That's a confirmed crit. Give me a description. You're not killing him. Just give me a description.
So as he's fighting, he's searching for scales that look like there's a little bit of a gap in them, and every time he sees one where he get in, he's got a double grip on his dagger, and he thrusts it up into the gap until he feels flesh.
There's a large, that's just an absolutely pained roar. You're not able to find any gaps between its scales, but what you do find seems to be very, it seems almost brain dead now, as you find a gap right underneath its stubby wings from where it's been sliced off, driving your wave blade straight through it as it lets out a deep, pained roar. And it begins, like, wildly thrashing around, even throwing away some of the Taztlwyrms. Anything that you need to say? As you probably call back out and look at your companions.
Run! Flee, you fools!
Fly, you fools! Argent.
Oh man. Does the dragon look like he has the ability to breathe fire again?
Nothing that you can tell.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to tell with it thrashing around like a goddamn sandworm.
Okay. So I normally wouldn't be able to double move this far, but I've got a cool little class feature that lets me charge by taking damage now, which is neat. So seeing that like Heap is not gonna make it over here in any kind of speed given his heavy load, I race forward a little bit, and then like as I begin to sort of pick up speed, the ground itself begins like move and carry me along, and I'm gonna take 3 points of non-lethal damage to just like exert my sort of kinesis powers, race over here and just try to like grab Heap by the backpack and like spin around for us to run together.
Is this a standard action to do this?
It is a standard action.
I'm going to allow you to grab him as part of the standard action.
Well, it's his turn. He's gonna probably run, I imagine. But if he doesn't, we're gonna fucking bolt together.
Okay.
But thank you.
Heap, you're in the loving embrace of Argent.
Okay, at the start of Heap's turn, both Khaled and Emil both get 5 hit points.
Okay.
And Heap is going to bond to Argent and wait for Argent to carry him.
You are life-linked, correct?
Yeah.
Take your 10. Take your 10 damage.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Okay, just make sure.
I already took the 5 for the first time.
Okay. The dragon seems to be thrashing around, almost swinging around its own kin. As it gets a grip on itself, it trudges forwards over to Khaled and seems to be mostly dedicated just to taking you exclusively down. How dare you! The insolence! The nightmare! And he is going to bite.
I'm going to spend an immediate action
Uh-huh.
to move 5 feet and add my charisma to my AC.
Moving 5 feet, remind me, because I know exactly what you're doing. This does not stop the attack, right?
No.
But it does add the AC. It does add to AC, so that should stop it out.
That should stop the attack. He's going to take a full attack. So he'll take 2 more claws.
I will parry.
Good luck.
I shouldn't have rolled. Well, you can give it a shot.
Oof.
Neither are gonna parry. He snaps into you with both claws, and Does 24 hit?
I gotta check.
You have your new AC, so no, it shouldn't. So its second claw slaps into the side of you, and it nabs you into its one claw. You're now in a
question
grab, and I believe unconscious.
Does the 27 confirm with your charisma to your AC?
Yes.
Damn.
Okay. You! And you are unconscious and within the claw, as the dragon itself seems to look at you almost like some sort of treasure, some sort of trophy, and its attention is distracted. The Taztlwyrms are slowly flooding in. They cut off your guys' escape to the other side. And 2 of them are going to take swipes at Emil. Just 2. Nope. And this side seems to be slowly approaching more, and it's going to take 1 bite at Heap. Does a 25 hit?
Yeah.
It's going to attempt to snatch you from Argent's grasp.
Can we roll like opposed strength to see who wins?
You know what? That sounds awesome. Let's do that.
All right.
I like the sound of it. Giving. Oh no. Heap, you are clawed out of Argent's grip.
He likes the big man better.
He's going to attempt to roll a CMB to actually hold on to you. Right now, you've just fallen out of Argent's grasp. Does a 16 bypass your CMD?
Yeah, easily.
All right. The Taztlwyrms have you clawed into their midst. Emil.
Bloody lord.
They seem to be slowly
some reason.
pincering you
Hi.
guys.
Um,
You were muted.
uh,
All right.
yeah, I was muted. I'm sorry. I was asking. This might be a stupid question, but how hurt does the dragon actually look?
Not at all.
Fantastic. How hurt does Khaled look?
Khaled is unconscious.
Uh-huh.
He's being toyed with like a voodoo doll in this giant dragon's claws.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to die here, but shit. That's infuriating. I'm gonna go get the fuck away from him. And
Holy shit, okay.
I'm still holding Shocking Grasp.
Go ahead and blow that out.
So, does 24 confirm?
24 does confirm.
Sweet.
So time 2 on the
Yeah.
spell as well. And I'm gonna have you roll an additional d20 on top of that. Above 10 is good.
Okay. So D10, D20. Dice.
I've had a rough day, and I wanted to have some cool shit happen. So, fuck it. I'll say that passes. This is the correct way to fudge, kids. Just absolutely
Just
pack
say it.
So as you come over, yelling out, "Let go of him!" and bring down your dueling sword with 2 hands, completely eschewing all sort of style, as you slam down with the sword right onto its arm. The claw cleanly severs as the dragon lets out another fierce roar, and Khaled drops into your hands.
Uh-huh.
It seems to reel and scream out in pain, one of its hands being completely let loose of it, and you have done immense damage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And it seems unable to respond. Khaled is in your grasp, and I think
Nice.
that was just a standard, wasn't it?
Yeah. I can't think.
I will tell you that the dragon is distracted. It will not take any AOs this turn.
But
If you want to do your risk assessment here, because I was doing that anyways, I just wasn't telling you guys.
Yeah. I have a lot of Taztlwyrms just on my ass, so I don't. I'm gonna step up to Heap. Because I have a.
I'm gonna cut your hand off too.
No, I have a sensation that something bad might happen.
And that,
Are you dragging me with you?
Yeah, he is now in your possession. I'm literally just gonna. Whoop.
Oh.
You're holding him.
Okay.
He's still on the thing, so I'll just do the normal tracking. Halvar, things are going poorly.
Things are going poorly. I'm going to hope the dice gods are kind and pop a shot off at the dragon.
Just enough, but it doesn't seem to be very.
That is magic, if that counts.
It's also
That
still
makes it
doesn't.
worse.
Okay.
It still doesn't affect.
Oh.
The damage goes through. It's just not as much.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just double checking in case the DR was magic. I forget what their DR is.
Dragons usually have magic, but yeah. We don't know this specific dragon.
Yep. Khaled, Constitution check. You're hoping for a 19. That's a 5. -1.
Yes.
Oh, as a
Argent.
move action, by the way, I would like to pick up the Great Axe.
Oh, absolutely. Okay.
Sorry.
Is it
Hey,
this?
isn't that a
this-
standard? I don't know.
Remember, it's a move action, retrieve a weapon on the ground.
That's fine. Argent, Heap has escaped your grasp.
Is it this top one that's adjacent to him, the target?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Cool. once again using that same maneuver as before, the most useless maneuver in all of Pathfinder, in fact, with Blade Rush. I am going to just again like riding on just a wave of moving soil, just rush through this thing, trying to grab Heap as I go through him. Make one attack, but I'm charging 30 feet here, and I'm attacking this guy along the way. And I take damage for doing so.
This is a lot of actions to combine into one.
It's a standard action to do
your
nonsense.
shunt and you're
I'm
attacking.
gonna miss anyways. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Are you though?
It's against a regular AC, not touch.
Yeah, you're gonna miss.
I know.
Make me a CMB.
Oh, I just realized what you named that attack. Oh.
I don't think I have a CMB. 1 second. I find that on the sheet. I'm fucking panicky, guys.
It's under attack.
This is life or
second
death. Will Heap die in the first hour of the session?
No.
That is a +5. The Taztlwyrm is going to try to compete.
Yep.
That is 16. You snatch Heap just right out from beneath his claws. You don't manage to hit him, but clearly he wasn't your target. This was all intended, of course.
No. Absolutely.
As Heap is just snatched out from his grasp and dragged over to where you are.
Yeah, listen, whether or not Heap wants to go, I'm taking the rest of my turn as a move action to just fucking dive off the dangerous side of the cliff using my body to protect him as we fucking fall.
So is that the rest of your action? The rest of your
That's
move
the
is
rest
you
of my
just
turn,
fucking you dive off.
Yeah,
Give
I
me a
can't-
swim, and Heap, give me a response.
Heap was probably gonna jump off eventually anyway. He was planning on
God,
it.
rolling so hot today, guys.
You sink and disappear into the water. The dragon is still in absolute shock. It even backs away as it seems to be lamenting its lost hand, screaming out in agony. Puffs of flame shooting from its nostrils as it does so, screaming and cursing your names, Draconic. And the Taztlwyrms are going to begin. Oh no!
Actually, no. There's a relevant action that might happen before the dragon even goes.
Okay.
On Heap's turn, does he break the lifelink?
He does.
I break
He sent
the
me a
life
message.
link on 2 people. Khaled still gets healed though.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay. So you get 5 HP.
And
How
that
much negative
staunches
were you?
bleed.
I'm on 1 HP right now. After that, Khaled's
How
healed.
much is Khaled on?
Khaled's on -9, and he just took
Oh.
5, so -4.
Okay,
No,
okay.
I was at -10 because I failed my con. Now I'm at -5.
-5, and you don't have to make any more checks.
Right. Okay. Then all that shit happens when they swarm me. I'm gonna really fucking die here, aren't I?
You could.
Ah.
As the Taztlwyrms begin to stack up, all of them snaking and jittering and almost mocking you. But there's a wedge. A single wedge, if you want to even try to attempt it. And you're going to take, I believe, 5 attacks? Given the other
Sure.
ones are moving and they're not
Yeah,
all
5.
acting because,
Withdraw
7,
could drop some of it.
22, 10,
Oh.
9. I believe only one of those is going to hit.
Only one hit. I take 8.
And a 15 on the CMB.
Oh yeah, no.
Yep, you take 8.
That's also only the first square of movement. He's got more.
What? No, this is their turn.
Yeah. Oh, got it. There's 6 that are adjacent to you.
But you still have to make it out of that.
Yeah, that's the real
Yeah.
important part.
Okay. So if I full withdraw,
That will, you will not take any AOs from that
first
square.
5 feet.
The first,
Can I
the
still
first
use
5 feet.
acrobatics afterwards? Because I don't think acrobatics is actually an action. I think it's part of movement, and it requires you to spend twice as much movement. But
It reduces your movement speed by half too, doesn't it?
that square takes twice as much to move.
That scare takes twice as much. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm going to say no for right now. You're just gonna have to make a single acrobatics check. However, I will test it against every one of the things as a group. Which I think it already does anyways, because you're just doing it against their CMD, and they all have the same CMD, so...
I was just wondering if I could move here and then start making acrobatics checks.
No,
Unfortunately, no.
No.
Oh.
5 foot is in lieu of a move action.
No, as part of withdraw. Because it says that the first 5 feet doesn't provoke at all.
Oh!
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
could work.
He's trying to do that. I don't know it off the top of my head.
No.
So
That could work. Because you can do acrobatics as part of movement. Withdraw counts as movement.
Yeah, it's a full round movement action.
Listen, you're trying to keep yourselves alive, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I get there, and then I need to make this or get 4 attacks. Fuck.
Yep.
Okay. Skills.
This is make or break. This is the roll that makes
34,
okay.
dumb. Dumb 34, dumb.
Nice.
You didn't even let me build the hype.
Yeah.
You slide away from the Taztlwyrms, breaking through the line. Where do you want to go?
Upward, honestly.
You cannot climb that as part of this. You're gonna have to make climb checks to climb that.
No, I'm like just up on the map, north. I want to go this way.
Okay.
I have Khaled, right?
He's still clutched into your hands. One hand has the sword, and the other has Khaled. Doing spells is gonna be tricky.
Yeah. I don't have many left anyway. That's useful. So let's see. That's 20 feet.
Heap should reevaluate life choices. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get over on this ledge. I have 40 feet. I'm gonna just get here. If I can, up against the wall, trying to like minimize the amount of
Is
forward.
acrobatics not half movement?
It is.
For the first, it doesn't have all movement, just once you need it for. So I needed like to do 1, 2, 3 squares. So,
So that would be 30 feet.
There's
Yeah.
30 feet, and then you have another 10, so you get about...
all right, I would get like here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
You are literally skirting the edge. You watch your feet as you're clambering to the side of this cliff face, rocks falling down into the absolute white water below you. Halvar.
As a move action, I'm going to stow the great axe so I don't leave it behind when I eventually book it, and because I don't have any movement available after that, we are going to pray to the dice gods and hope they were not kind.
Oh, they were not kind.
That's a whiff.
That is a whiff. That, however, is my turn.
Knuffles, you are a treacherous bitch.
All right.
Oh,
Stuff happens
Khaled
to other
gets
people.
another 5 hit points. And I cast another healing spell on myself.
Khaled is stabilized.
No, Khaled does not stabilize. You are in fact farther than 30 feet.
Oh.
It's my medium range, so it should be 130 feet.
You are gone out of that too.
Oh shit, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
You are gone.
You
You
did
are
go into
gone.
rapids.
Fair.
I mean, it's probably for the best. If Khaled was fucking awake, he'd run back and fight the dragon some more.
I would not.
I'm gonna get that dragon!
And
He's probably nearly dead, Khaled.
the dragon is going to rear its head now. It is just in a blind rage. Emil, you're going to be able to duck just underneath this, but Halvar, you are not, as it's going to attempt to do another fire breath. As it whips a fireball in your way. Give me a reflex.
Yep, get into that. That's not my best.
That's
Oh,
also
no.
not a good roll.
Alright!
I'm unconscious.
Down it goes!
What about Khaled?
Khaled does not get hit by this. It
Okay.
basically he did it just to the right of Emil. Like it
Okay.
went over it. It went over his head. That's what it was.
All right.
He didn't have difficulty with this one?
Emil. Taztlwyrm. I say they I don't think they'd actually do that. That's really narrow. I think they're just gonna sit here and just start yiping at you pretty much. Like a pack of wild dogs.
They pile up at the hot gates. I'm gonna do
And
a 300 solo.
After the dragon does a couple of stifled dragony commands, it tells the other ones to make their way into the fort and start wrapping around and drop in on you.
Just out of curiosity, I know it's a 30-foot cone. Does that take into the fact that I'm 20 feet up and technically 50 feet away from it?
Probably not, but it's also like 30 feet tall itself.
Fair.
And it's actually a much longer cone. The dragons themselves have longer cones.
I'm just trying to survive.
I just did the 30. I know. Don't worry, you're not dead. You're just dying.
So, I'm gonna... Once again, I am asking you to make some compromises. I have one spell left.
You would need to drop your sword. And if you drop your sword, it is gone forever, because it's going to plunge over the cliff face.
Thing is, I need the sword for this, because I have the spell Blade Lash left.
Does Blade Lash actually say that you need to have a sword?
Yeah.
Yes, it says your weapon extends
Okay.
and grabs things. Oh,
You do not have any free hands, you will not be able to cast a spell.
I wanted to see if I could
drop
grab
you-
Halvor
yeah.
by this.
Unless you drop Khaled over the cliff edge. That's a free action.
He'll be fine.
Okay. How about if I get to cast Blade Lash, could I try to grab Halvor with it
Yes, I will allow
and pull
this.
him?
I he would not die if you left him here. However, I understand you guys wanting to take him with you.
I mean,
How the hell do I not
I
die?
wouldn't die.
You know, stuff.
Yeah, so I would like to drop Callan over the edge.
So, tell me more about how you're doing this. So, like, you have Khaled, he's tucked, like, he's tucked
Yeah.
over your shoulder, one sword in hand. What's Emil's thought process as he's making decisions?
I'm looking at the dragon, I'm looking at my sword, I'm looking up at Halvar's unconscious body. Yeah. Fuck it, worth a shot. And then like chuck Khaled just off my shoulder over the edge. I say magic words, whip the sword up, it magically coils around Halvar's leg. I pull him to me and like try to grab him, and then I fucking just jump myself with Halvar over the edge.
Halvar,
Go down to Khaled.
Halvar, did you take your resting HP?
Oh fuck no. How many days did we rest since last combat?
2. It's been 2 days.
Oh, I'm,
6 HP.
You're 1 HP.
Oh, well,
This is too cool, however. So you're still unconscious.
that's fine.
And Umbiel grabs you by your leg and dives himself down into the cliff edge, you in tow, hoping that somehow you don't whiplash into the rocks.
yeah, basically.
But you both make it clear, and I need swim checks from just Emil.
Okay.
Can I wake up when I hit the water?
I am once again asking for ways to survive this dragon.
I'm not angry, dude, but what the fuck?
And so,
Oh.
you all disappear beneath the Whitewater Rapids. And I'll take my break here.
Yeah, I was about to say we're a little past the 2-hour mark.
And the dragon seems to whip and lash himself around in absolute furious rage. Thank you for everyone who's tuned into the first part of this. I've noticed we have a lot of the same thing, folks. Thank you very much. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
And we're live.
Welcome back, everyone. Last we left off, the party tried fighting a dragon. Results were not very good. The last thing that each of you can remember, and most of you can't remember anything because you're unconscious right now, is being carried away underneath the Whitewater Rapids. Your form being absolute just ragdolled against a number of rocks as you come on your way in. And as you awake, you find yourself in a very moist, damp place. There's a distinct echo off the walls as a number of chitter of bats seem to go, and you can hear a slight drip as you find yourselves at the foot of a watery cavern, where it seems there is a structure.
You alright? Yeah. Oh, fuck. Where are we missing?
Alvar, take your 2 HP back.
We are missing the kobold. I lost him in the water.
Okay. None of you happen to have any potions, right? Cal's still a little bit out of it.
I am afraid not, no.
Fuck, I forget if I have a potion. I think I might. 1 second.
Yeah, okay.
No. At least if I did, it's not on my sheet, so no.
Right.
I have ale.
That's helpful.
Oh, fucking dragon.
Alright, let's see if we can find some sort of supplies and maybe our friend. If he dropped into water at the same time, he might have ended up close by.
Who carries Khaled?
I'll carry Khaled.
Argent, you distinctly remember your head bashed up against a stone as you came in here. How are you feeling?
I can't really swim. The fact that left off there for the Hail Mary to like save my new kobold friend was incredibly stupid, and it's very clear that he feels not just like cowardice written all over his face, having seen Emil and Khaled like stand there and fight against this dragon, but also just incredible shame that he was not even able to help like the one person who, if you ask a random stranger in town, would be the kind of creature in need of protecting. He is a failure in every sense of the word, and his trudging through the knee-high water shows it.
Are we going back? Okay, out of curiosity, are you trudging into the water, or are we going in this way into the structure?
I don't think that we should split up.
That's what I'm asking. You said you were trudging through the water.
Descriptively. Let's say we take a quick down off here to the right into the water, and then around the corner before we go into the actual structure itself.
Okay.
I think he is light enough that it is possible he may have simply washed down the stream. I don't think he would have been taken by anything.
Halvor, if you're carrying Khaled,
You cannot proceed that way. As you travel forwards, you can see that the water is slow. It goes from being knee height very quickly to being above your head. The water seems to flow very cleanly through this area where the river seems to meet underneath whatever cavern or whatever place it is that you guys are, and makes this place entirely inaccessible.
So as I bump into the invisible zone wall, I look out over the rushing water. Again, just that sense of sinking feeling, realizing that if he did get washed away, he would be long gone. And turn back to Emil and Halvor and express this information as I come back and say, let us hope then perhaps he woke up before we did.
I'm sure we'll find the little guy.
yeah.
Let's just take it easy for a bit. I've kind of got Khaled slung over my left shoulder in a half fireman's carry, and I'm actually using the great axe as like a walking stick.
Let's see if we can maybe find some supplies in here and try, maybe patch up Khaled, find your friend, and yeah. Onwards and forwards and so on. Is the map supposed to have a bright green grid?
No.
Did you set the grid to green in the settings?
Here's a little fun fact for everyone that's watching at home. If you want to try to align map tiles, it's a lot easier if you set the grid to green so that you can see where the noticeable things are and it doesn't blend with the rest of the grid.
Fact.
Facts.
Just out of curiosity, Nogo, is this map accurate? Is there actual like a bedroll thing over here in this corner?
That's not a bedroll. That would be a table, which you can see that seems to be a very rusted and turned out mace. I'll describe the room for you.
Okay.
You come closely into what can be seen only as a prisoner room or some sort of torture chamber, but all of the iron that seems to be hanging around from the place is old, ramshackled, eroded completely by the water. This place is damp and moist, with a number of moss tucked into the corners, but it seems dry enough. You're able to see spread around you are a number of Aldori banners, and in fact, there seems to be some things on the center table where there seems to be a number of shackles that are intended for placing someone on. A book, or most of a book. A page. The rest of the book itself seems to be almost torn away. You can see that there's evidence that more pages have been torn out of it, and others have been completely ruined and burned away.
Okay.
But one remains.
Out of curiosity, is this table large enough to put like a body on?
Yes.
I am going to just sweep everything that's on it off and lay
Hell
Khaled out because I find the center table creepy.
Yep.
And just
taking
look
a
at
couple
Emil.
of,
Your people have a dark history, my friend.
I was not aware, honestly. I mean, I knew they did stuff before, but like this,
And
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think the current leadership would approve of this.
lay Khaled's body out on the table.
You throw a couple of surgeon tools off to the side, the rusted away weapons. And you lay him out, try to get him a little bit comfy. and there's a tunnel that proceeds ahead, and you hear chatting, very casual.
Does it have the distinctive whisper of Heap?
Yes, in fact.
Wait, what language is this?
It's common. It's just illegible.
Ah, I see.
I'm gonna clap Argan on the shoulder and head into the tunnel.
You
Mhm.
come into an area where it seems to be a number of set cages. And you find Heap surrounded by a number of wispy beings. He seems completely surrounded as these almost phantom-like emanations of knights seem to gather around him. And they seem to be in conversation. So small, so fragile, to end up here. How odd it must be.
So
Did the waves not break your body?
Heap is here. How long you be here?
Too long, my friend. Too long.
Hearing that, the waves didn't break his, but they nearly broke mine.
You trudge out through the small, slender tunnel that seems to be like probably made for some sort of combat, so people couldn't fight through it, and come out to see a genuine look of surprise in these armored, ghastly emanations.
Hey there, Heap.
More. Yes, more.
Calm down, the ghost. Calm down.
There's no need for fear.
Who are you?
A good question. Lost to time, one might think. One steps up with a bulbous helmet that covers it. We are the denizens of this Fort Emerald, who fought a war many, many years ago. You have done well to survive the tribulations above, but you must go. This is no place for the living.
Curious question that. Happy to leave, but minor concern. Did you know a dragon lives on top of your fort? Is there a way out that doesn't entail going up?
The one ghost seems as though it wants to explain, but you hear the distinct rattle of chains, and coming from the sea mist, or the river mist, you see a large figure decked entirely in chains. And
More
allow me to
damn
get-
ghost.
Damn ghost. Damned ghost, more like. You don't belong here. Where did I put him? I put him somewhere.
Here?
No, I have a, he has an actual picture.
Handout?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There we go. He seems to levitate just above the ground. You can see that a large flail seems to be held in his hand, always rattling from side to side like a censer. You've come at a poor time, but you must leave.
Wait, there's a good time to
This
show
is
up
fine
here?
for Heap.
A fine time for you, the small creature. I don't doubt it.
Heap, there's maybe a problem.
What is problem?
Cal is still unconscious.
Oh, I fix. Where is he?
Up in
On
the
the
room,
room,
on
on
the
the
table.
Rest
up
and
there.
recuperate. Once you are assembled, we can talk more.
Sounds good.
Thank you for your understanding.
I kind of touch his head and cast Cure Wounds.
So, that dragon's probably the largest living creature I have ever seen.
Yep. And
That was terrifying.
yeah, that fire hurt a lot, in fact.
I noticed the first time around. Shit. So, we're under the fort now? I kind of lost track of where we traveled into the water.
The Aldori
Or-
banners are still down here. We can presume it's part of the Aldori fort.
The Aldori. They still live.
They're living right in front of you.
The ghosts seem to almost emanate in a chorus, go in oohs and ahs as they look at you with a distinct fascination. But the large ghost with the chains pushes them to the side. I would not talk such hogwash if I were you. Be respectful, and Aldori would carry himself less haughtily.
I would like to put my sword forward and do the thing where I put it like blade down, like hold the hilt. I'm Emil Aldori. I have proven myself at the Aldori school in Restov, and have been permitted to join the ranks underneath the master there.
Such words I've not heard in so long. To think they still live. All right. I will presume to believe you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Elral Aldori, second hand to Sorin, of the 500 cohort that joined Stanislaw the Hawk in his conquest of the Expanse. An
To
ancestor.
meet your acquaintance.
Halvar's just gonna whistle, because that was a long, long time ago.
Yes, as you said. The war was gone, and so with it have our bodies. But our promise and our soul remains. But to think that the Aldori still live, there's hope for us yet. Hope for salvation for all of us. Please, rest. This fortress is your birthright.
You cannot come with. I have enough ghosts.
We've seen them. You're surrounded by great troubles. No concern of us, but they are not so hostile as one would think. No. Somehow you've surrounded yourself with good spirits.
Annoying
Rare.
ghosts.
Whatever you want to call them. We should talk more. It was 200 years to the day since we've seen the sun, and we have a sworn duty that we are meant to uphold. If you are as you say you are, then it is time. Tell me, you said your name was
Emil Aldori.
Neil.
At your
Whose kin are
service.
you? Whose kin are you?
Hmm.
Whose son?
I'm no son of any Aldori you would know. I was adopted through show of merit with the blade and well, and character,
understand.
aptitude and character.
That remains to be seen. But if you still live, then you have a duty that you did not even know that you must uphold. Pass through these halls, and we will show you something great. A treasure. You must carry it with you always. Protect it, as if it were your own life.
Treasure. Why do they always... In all the stories, they always weigh so heavily on people. Fine. If it's the duty of an Aldori, then I'm the one here, so I'll have to pick it up.
Is the treasure food?
No, much more precious. Come, follow me. And the ghost all wispily as they travel forwards, and you can see that they pass over a large expanse, not even quite thinking about the rest of you. It's about 15 feet across, and the ghosts carry on, heading downwards from the hall.
I take a running start.
Is there an easy way to cross that?
Yeah.
Not from what you're able to tell.
So I'm going to take a running start and jump it.
Get out of his way.
Kellogg will probably try to stop you and remind you that we have an any tool which can function as a grappling hook.
I just jump.
Emil, you attempt to jump the pass.
Oh god.
However, you don't make it all of the way. In
What?
fact, you seem to be stopped dead in your tracks as a magical wind gusting from up beneath the almost bottomless pit seems to blast you away, leaving you hanging from the loose wooden boards that seem to break at any time.
That's
Oh,
pretty cool.
You were attached on this side.
Okay, freak weather aside, help?
Khaled, reflex. I'll do your reflex first. That's enough. Khaled, just before you can see that the wooden board that Emil seems to be grabbing onto seems to be basically falling underneath his weight, you throw down an arm and grab him and quickly try to pull him up as the entire thing seems to give way. And he heft him back up to the top.
Neil, what were you
Alright.
thinking?
I was thinking that this gap is passable, but apparently magic. So didn't see that one coming.
I have something that could help, but I'm going to need a knight.
Detect magic?
Take
Yeah,
magic.
right.
The entire area seems to be spread around with loose bits of magic, but the bottom of the pit in particular seems to be something odd. You get a very strong conjuration magic, and it seems intentional.
Heap's going to take one of the stones that he picked up out, and he's going to walk up the boards and drop it down.
You drop the stone, and you see that it doesn't respond freely to the bottom.
It doesn't what?
It doesn't. The trap or whatever it is doesn't seem to respond. The magic.
Okay. You just broke up a bit there. Thank you for clarification.
Would someone like to rappel down?
I take out my rope out of my pack, throwing other things all over the place as I do.
Alright. I'll take a trip.
I am very small. Pull me
I
down.
mean, if you want to go first, sure.
I'll start lowering people down.
You
I-
attempt to load people down. Go ahead, Steel, please.
I don't know much about magic, but if this is indeed a place that was designed for the Aldori, perhaps it is a situation where only he of Aldori blood can pass.
He
Well,
already getting blown back by the wind.
And we're shit out of luck, Argent.
That would be a problem.
Let's have one person go down at first, as someone that can detect magic and see if they can turn this thing off. Actually, I have disabled device. I should be the one going down.
You can try.
How much rope do you have?
I have 50 feet
Oh,
on
yeah.
me.
I've got 50 feet on me.
Same.
How far does detect magic go?
It's a 60-foot
60?
cone.
60.
You'll be able to see basically the entire tunnel for the most part seems to be some sort of magical conjuration. And you try to lower yourselves down, but before you can even get the begin up again, a large gust will you
Beep boop.
just enough on the edge, one of your friends can pull you over.
Beep boop.
Do you hear me?
You got roboted,
yeah.
but I assume it amounted to we lower people down, they get punted back up by wind.
Yes, and basically it seems like you're about to get dropped again unless someone else wants to try to grab and pick you back.
He should have a rope tied to him, so I'm just gonna...
Pull it, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I see a way to disable it?
Not any way unless through external use of magic that you probably don't have access to. Halfar would have an idea, but he doesn't have the spells or the capability from what he knows to use dispel magic.
If it's a trap, though, if it's a magic trap, I can disarm it.
Not all
you
magic
can't reach
effects
it.
are traps.
You can't reach it to even try.
Yeah. Khaled's gonna turn to Emil and say, maybe call your ghost friends back?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Ghosts! Ghosts!
What was his name again?
Elrond.
Your ancestor, lest you forget once again.
Yeah.
And he seems to appear from out of the wall, stepping out, the rattling of chains accompanying him.
Thank you very much. There seems to be some sort of problem with the floor in this area.
Problem. There is no problems here.
In that there's a big ass gap, and we can't really follow.
This is Fortress Emerald, a place of trial for House Aldori. To pass through, or even to survive, you will need to adhere to the tenet that the Aldori hold closest to their heart. It appears that you had a failed learning process.
Right. So, anything to do with the family motto?
He just shakes his head. Think, what do they teach you all these days? I don't know if I believe that you are Aldori. But if you wish to leave, it is going to be difficult without passing through some of the trials.
So, I have a question. What would I know about, like, all the Aldori tradition?
All that you know, you were taught by Jamandi. She is your adoptive mother in most sense. You've known her since she was...
Ah, beep boop. I see.
Known her
She's
since
known-
how long?
You've known her since you were very little, and she's taken quite good care of you, despite even having your normal family around, as much as she could. To say that she's your adoptive mother is a little bit of an understatement, as she's trained you in most everything that you know. She teaches you the stories, the legends, the things she knows of the people, but you know that it is stunted. Clearly, she's not told you all of the stories that you have to offer, and many of the stories seem to date back only about 150 years ago. The thought of any sort of tenet other than that of skill or virtue is a little bit unknown to you.
Yeah.
You do remember that there is a book in the other room that seemed to be by another Aldori, but
yeah,
it doesn't seem to have any clues.
Okay. Because there was only like a page left, right?
There was.
Okay, Elro.
Could I roll a history check to see if anything comes to mind?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to assist him on that? Can you even assist on knowledge history? I don't think you can. That's not going to be enough.
I figured.
I mean, I also have knowledge history, and I was wondering if I needed a test for something here.
You can go ahead and give it a shot.
Okay.
With that, you'll know a story, and it is a little faded, but you found this out on your own, mostly digging through Aldori archives, trying to learn and trying to master your sword art, and you found the story of 200. 200 Aldori swordlords, or whatever their equivalent of at the time, they were known as Marsh Barons, as they were now, were located in the swamps to the south of Crioza. When Stanislaw the Hawk conquered this region, it was not enough that he would take the kingdom by itself. He brought with him 2,000 Gorm soldiers and looked for any sort of aid and appeal that he could for more soldiers from that of the Marsh Barons, so that he could plunge farther into the south and defeat the Tiger Lord menace. These 200, specially chosen, came and died, and are very closely associated with the disappearance of the Hawk himself. I want you to roll me a knowledge local. This is going to be kind of like a memory test for you, because it's not really pertaining to knowledge local, but I'm going to have you roll it anyways.
I don't have that one, so...
Roll it on trend. Nothing you know.
Yeah.
If you do not know, then it is not in my place to assist you. You can fall here with your allies. I wish you luck, but I will wait ahead. And he
Damn
floats
ghost.
back over and disappears.
I think my ancestors might have been shit.
Yeah,
All
it seems
ghosts
that
are
way.
shit.
Like I said, I have an idea, but it's going to require a night's rest.
Right.
Let's go have a look at that book. See if there's anything of value.
Okay.
Not a bad idea.
Information that could help us.
I think there was only one page that was left
Yeah.
intact.
Hip does not read.
It could be a very important page.
It could be.
Yeah. Right. And yeah, let's.
You return back to the room, or the prison room, whatever you would like to call it, and flip through this apparent logbook. As said before, it's very clear that the pages have been torn out of it, and that the book itself is almost completely ruined by water damage and everything else. You can see that there is about 4 to 5 pages missing, but only one is intact enough to barely remain legible, and even then you're having to put it together. You're able to note that the book is written by someone named Soren Aldori, an elf, from what you're able to put together, based on his personal description of himself. And the rest of the page reads as follows. The 9th of Saronite. My lord, finally, the edge of access
Because you're cutting
to
out
the
so much,
trees.
you may want to have Emil read it instead. Or,
Go ahead!
or-
Fuck it!
No,
I don't know
no,
why I'm
you
cutting
really
out so-
don't.
Yeah, go ahead. Try to give it a shot.
Okay.
Try to put you on the spot. It was really boopy.
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Finally, we have pushed them to the edge of the forest, where their axes can get caught in the trees and our chances exceed that of Slim. For 2 weeks, we pushed the barbarians straight across the plains and further onto the back foot into their homelands. Had it taken any longer, I fear my cohort would not survive. For now, we rest and recuperate, tending to our wounds and putting down the roots of a camp here at the edge of the Shrike. Our duties loom ahead of us, to stave off the barbarian threat in a permanent fashion and protect our new nation's western borders, with only 200 of the Aldori Sword School to our name. Most are students still. This campaign will give them valuable experience should they survive. Still, I worry through the night. The raids of Halvar grow more fierce no matter how many times I strike him down. They call him Deathless. We will wait and see.
And attached to the bottom of the page, you're able to see a little bit of a scratch, but it seems to be some sort of image. A very intricate and somewhat detailed drawing showing almost 20 people with a elderly elven man sitting in the center of them. He seems to be wearing very regal regalia, along people upbeat even.
Robot.
You can see a figure that stands out among others, an absolute bear of a man with a massive beard that seems to be covered in chains, though his flesh is still on. He's human.
What did you say about the elf previously? You cut out for that part.
There is an elf that seems to be sitting down, surrounded by what seem to be friends. Everyone's smiling and gathering around as there's this very intricately detailed sketch. Each of them seem to be smiling happy, and the background depicts that of a what seems to be a fort as it's being slowly built. Deeper analysis can reveal that it seems to be the top half of the fort before it crumbled down.
Well, that wasn't helpful.
Nope. I'm
What is
interested.
I don't believe I
What is this
introduced
thing here?
myself to your ancestors, but we're just gonna not mention my name.
Right. Yeah, it might be best.
Is this just broken stone right here?
Apparently it seems it's mostly a large cave-in, but any amount of digging reveals that it's to be a struggle to even get through.
Sorry, it used to be a what?
It's a struggle to get through.
Could heap fit?
You try picking up and lugging away several of the stones, but it seems like even more earth falls in its place.
Well, many of us are wounded and tired, and I propose with no other options, we just take the night to rest and try a couple things tomorrow.
Right.
Yes.
Well,
Yes, heap has fish. Heap makes stew.
yeah, it's been a long day, I suppose.
I'll just stick to rations. Thank you.
Yeah.
I unsling the pot, get some water out of the over here.
Look, he.
You may want to let someone else do the cooking.
Yeah, I've worked as a cook before. Back in
I'm gonna
restaurants.
reduce my sensitivity and hope that it doesn't crack up. That might literally be what's problem. Or the internet sucks. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like packet loss.
It does.
Ugh.
I'm gonna settle down and munch on some rations and
I'm gonna try to cook.
play with my new ring.
Oh, that's not great.
You burn it.
Sufficient food.
The inside is still flaky enough to eat, but given how burnt it is, it's a little bit of a... It's a little gritty.
Heap
Hmm.
munches it up.
Do you
So
think
yeah,
the dragon is still out there?
I mean, where else would it go? I'm just glad it's not in here.
It did say that was its nest.
I'm more worried about, Samiti and the wagon, a ported leg, and all the horses.
Yeah.
Also concerned
That's
about that.
That was wrong,
No.
sorry.
Let me not say that this reflects on Samidi in any way, but I do get the impression that he is the kind of person that would have fled at the first sign of danger.
Yes.
I mean, I think most sensible people would flee at the first sign
Although-
of that big of a dragon.
Samidi and the wagon and the horses seem to have a perverse knack for staying out of danger.
Also true.
Yeah.
True.
Same
He
knack
is
we have
quite
into
slippery.
it.
Heap
I-
walks up to
Choosing to assume
Argent.
that they're fine.
heals Argent for 10.
Ah, thanks, buddy.
There you go.
And then he walks over to Halvar. And heals Halvar for 8.
There you go. Good barbarian.
Thank you, little guy. Not a barbarian, though.
Bullshit.
Wizard,
Honestly,
in
close
fact.
enough. I mean,
What?
he says this, but we have not seen much magic.
Barbarian.
What do you mean? He's been casting spells all along.
To be fair, it's mostly mage armor.
Yeah, he's been casting mage armor, casting spells from his weapons. It's fine.
But tomorrow, I shall transform a rope into an arrow, which will transform into a grappling hook.
That actually does seem pretty good. And, for what it is worth, the comments of, it would be foolish to not flee. Khaled, I thought you standing to fight that thing was extremely brave.
I didn't want to fight it. I hoped that we could come to some kind of understanding, but it seems I misspoke and upset him.
I don't know a ton about dragons, but I remember, and this is somewhat common knowledge, the chromatics don't tend to be friendly, Khaled.
No.
Heap looks at his skin.
They say the same thing about orcs.
And you know what? By large part, it's true.
Not every orc, and not
That's
every
true.
dragon. And I believe that it's worth asking to find the few that aren't like that.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I think we can
thi-
write that one off as typical of his kind.
Thing is,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
If you can, with an orc, you can mostly talk with them if you need to, and you're kind of on an even playing field, right? Because it's just not a person. When it comes to the dragon, it's kind of in a league all on its own, and doesn't really give
Yeah.
a shit.
I'm not gonna say that mistakes weren't made. I don't. I think we possibly could have just run right off the bat, and we wouldn't be here.
Or at
But
least when it started breathing fire, we could have just booked it the other direction, you know?
well, I had hoped you would actually.
Not after you ran in.
I was running in to hold it off so it couldn't chase you.
Well, that's silly. I'm not leaving you behind.
It was a lot of big snakes.
I
A
mean-
lot of big snakes.
Yes, it was.
To be fair, I was waiting for Emil and everyone in heat to get over to the right side before I dived off the left.
And that didn't work out, did it?
No. But you know
Yeah,
what?
it was.
We're here. We're alive.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're going to kill that dragon.
What?
Not now,
Yeah.
but someday.
We'll find a way. Maybe we'll have to be creative about it.
I may have
Yeah.
been raised by
smart, smarter.
humans, but I'm very keen on vendetta.
Hip does not like playing
Hmm.
because there is no plan.
Don't worry,
Tell-
we'll figure it out.
I was gonna reach out with a little bit of golden glow without the wand and touch Emil, and some of your wounds will heal.
Howard's gonna look at heat. No, little one. There is a plan. The plan is quite simple. Get stronger. Kill dragon.
Heap looks at Halvar with just fear and admiration.
I mean, maybe if it's in the fort, we can, like, I don't know, collapse the cliff underneath it. It can't fly, so,
I'd like to keep the fort intact, thank you.
I mean, yeah, but if we can't get rid of the dragon any other way, drop the dragon into the river seems, you know, like a thing to do at least.
Fair. If only some of those arrows were Dragonbane.
Yeah, dragonbane arrows.
No, I said if only some of those
Oh,
arrows
right,
were
right, right.
Dragonbane.
Because we have, like, animals.
I wish. We have,
We have animal
fire
bane.
arrows and I have fire arrows. We have fire arrows. I think we split those two.
Yeah,
And animal bane.
which against the
Dragon are
red
useless.
dragon.
Oh, I'm gonna channel to heal people.
Cool.
You can do so. You bust all of your things before you sleep. Nothing's attacking you at the bottom of the cavern.
Okay, +5
Which is presumably guarded by angry ghosts if you're hostile.
and full.
I am also full despite how the token appears.
I've already added my one for
Oh.
resting, so I'm one shy.
Okay. Well, it's gonna be a night. At least it's not too cold down here.
Yes.
He
Well,
kind of opens
will
his
take
bag
first
up,
Watch.
rolls the blanket out so that the bag is kind of like a cat bed, and then curls up in it.
Heap, where'd your frog go?
He is with wagon. Gus is no horse.
Alright.
So, you guys want to settle in for the night?
Yeah.
You know, so consciousness fades away as you guys try to catch some sleep. You can still hear a rampaging dragon upstairs, and it seems almost as though the ghosts don't care. You see no others. They seem to be mostly prowling around the halls. You can see a couple across the gap as they look out ahead of you. Always in groups. They patrol together.
Am I still fatigued?
You're not fatigued any longer.
Awesome.
The one ghost keep the other ghost away. You know, it's a ghost cancel out. Argent, take a scene away from me. Right now, you're sitting, you're staring out, you're just kind of contemplating. Why is he so down?
You know, all this talk about the rest of the group killing the dragon, you know, it's certainly true. I mean, Halvar is a full wizard, and he's heard stories about, like, the incredible power that full mages possess. And he's seen Khaled go toe-to-toe with that thing. Even if Khaled is still alive, the fact that he was able to shrug off the fiery breath of what looked like an adult dragon is incredible. Emil's no different. You know, even this little kobold has managed to sort of, like, heal the entire group from the brink of death to full life in the matter of seconds, and can apparently talk to ghosts. And, you know, Argent, he throws rocks at it. And is certainly feeling like there's not much use for him other than things like making camp and keeping watch and carrying the group supplies. And he's happy with that, but
Is anyone awake to this? You can just see the grizzled older man as he seems to stare out to the water. Every now and again, maybe throwing a pebble.
I'll take the opportunity for some interaction, if that's what you're asking.
I imagine
Anyone
that
of you, son.
at some point in time, like, our watch changes and, like, you know, Argent goes to crash for the night and then it's Emil's turn.
Mm-hmm.
No one consoles the poor Argent. Goddamn.
Hey,
It's...
you alright?
No, yes, perfectly. No sign of any trouble, so at least we are good down here. I was almost a little worried about one of the Taztlwyrms, you know, finding the entrance to this place. Although, to be honest with you, I actually have no idea where we are. I would go explore, but I don't think I need to be rescued again.
You can hold your own.
No, I know, of course.
Hey, I don't know how that little kobold fellow would have gotten out of there with his big pack if not for you.
Look at the size of that thing. I imagine he's got an umbrella parachute pocket? That's what I'll call it. Hidden in there somewhere. Or, you know, Halva would have transformed an arrow into a rope or something.
I don't know. Kind of need to prep for that beforehand, I believe.
Who knows? Wizards are a complicated species.
Right.
Did Halva and Khaled thank you yet for saving their life?
I don't think we really talked about it. It's just, you know, things kept happening afterwards.
I don't expect Khaled will do so anytime soon, but I want to let you know that I saw that and that was incredible. But you know, if ever there comes a time when there are 3 bodies to carry and you only have 2 hands,
Right.
I trust you to make the right choice.
Wait. I don't know what that means, friend.
I was unconscious. I got fireballed by the dragon and went out. I don't know who saved my life.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't know what that means, Sergeant. I mean, there's no right choice.
You know, eventually we are going to have people come settle this lands, and Khaled is going to be a wise king, and, well, somebody is going to be a wise king, and I imagine that Khaled will be at least a wise advisor. And, you know, Halvar has just begun to grow. I am just saying, perhaps in the future, if it ever becomes a situation where you are forced to pick and choose whose life to save, just think about the people who will live here and what they need. I am going to sleep, actually, if that is all right with you.
Right. Just don't forget. You've grown too, Argent.
No, yes, I know, of course.
Still potential out there.
You don't need to worry about me. But I appreciate the kind thought.
Yeah, well. We might get busy tomorrow, and might need your specific kind of powers while we're trapped here underground.
We will
So,
see.
yeah, might see. So get some sleep,
Whoops.
alright? So you're ready?
See that?
Argent heads back to the corner and curls up in a crappy little bedroll. And shift complete.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. Y'all get to see it anyways. As you guys awake in the morning, you find that there seems to be something different. You awake to find that a very well-repaired bridge seems to spread out across the chasm.
Well,
When you...
that's my
No one
plan
on
fucked.
No one on watch is able to... Nobody on watch was able to identify when exactly it happened. How
I
you
can't
proceed?
tell if you drew that with the fucking paint tool or not.
I did.
Hey, it works.
It's the drawing squares.
Oh my god.
It's in Roll20. Black border,
good.
brown filling.
Well, I had a plan, but it's not necessary anymore.
Well,
It will
what?
pack things.
Should I test the planks? I'm assuming I weigh the most.
I mean,
Unless you want
What?
to go first, Emil.
uh, look, we got out of it last time. I'll take a stab at it. Be careful. You can go second.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to
We'll
go
keep-
first.
We'll keep the rope tied to you as you go.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Ah,
tying
right.
a rope to you and then to me.
All right. I'll try to pass. This apparently my family's place, so I'll, do this thing. And then I'll try to walk across. Very careful.
I got it, don't worry.
Careful. Yeah,
You
okay.
attempt to cross, and the planks feel wrong. They feel very hollow, almost cardboard, and you're not feeling very confident by the time that you reach halfway through.
You got that rope still, right, Halvar?
It's tied around my waist and I have a hand on it. If you fall, you're only going 50 foot down. Probably less, because distance, so 25 feet.
All right. I keep pushing on.
And you continue to the end.
Okay.
Does anyone let go of the rope?
No.
I mean, I'm still holding my end. I'm assuming he would untie it from himself and...
No, I'm saying on this part. So with the rope, you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. If they each hold the end of the rope, I'll just curl my arm around it and just use it as I walk across.
That's fair.
The boards seem sturdier than they were before. Much sturdier for Khaled than they were for Emil.
Thanks.
Go next.
Gonna look at Argent.
I hop across very slowly as well.
Stop. Argent, you try to pass, and the boards feel shaky, unsteady, completely outside of the realm. You're holding on to the rope as they completely sunder beneath you. The boards give way, and you need to grab onto the rope. Give me a reflex to not fall. You are dangling freely. It is now a free fall as you stand above this massive pit of unknown depth. Narrowly holding onto a rope as people are holding onto you on each end.
Realizing that, like, this is very clearly the end of the line, so to speak. There, I just try to like lunge towards one of the boards closest to Halvar to go back to our previous platform.
You're gonna have to lunge. Halvar, would you like to try to catch him?
Yes, I would. What would you like for that?
Go ahead and give me your reflex.
Yeah, in the moment with both like Halvar and Khaled like throwing their hands out, he returns.
Argent, you throwing yourself back, trying to catch yourself, trying to save yourself as you could, and Halvar also lunges forwards, arm stuck out, arm protruding, and you're back on solid ground. Oh, whoops. You find yourself almost in a free fall, and everyone takes a slight blink of the eyes as they realize that the boards have never fallen beneath you. Holding on to Halvar's arm and still together, you see that the boards remain.
Huh.
I appreciate that. I was not expecting them to be magical wood.
Magic is
Cal-
weird.
Khaled's gonna go back out onto the bridge without holding onto the rope.
The boards feel about as sturdy as they were before for you, but the rope itself makes things a little bit trickier as the boards seem to slowly and steadily degrade away as you are not holding on to it. Very quickly, you're able to tap back onto the rope and see that the boards remain again.
Huh.
Curious.
I'm gonna stay here and hold out my hand to Argent.
Listen, I appreciate it. I know when magic says we are not wanted. You maybe want to scout ahead and see how deep this place goes before making that decision.
I
Magic
actually
can be wrong.
I have a plan. Khaled, if you would kindly swap with Emil and you hold the other end of the rope, por favor.
Alright.
Okay.
Heap, you go ahead and try to cross.
Okay.
He very, very slowly walks across the bridge with a death grip on the rope.
Keep as you cross, you feel the boards are almost hollow in their structure, but as you continue on, you can feel them almost gaining some sort of solidity. They're growing, hardening.
Hypno-like.
Okay. Now, Emil, if you would come back this way,
What? Huh. Sure.
trust me, trust me.
Yeah. Hey.
I need your I need your dexterous little hands. Argent, may I see your rope?
I do not carry a rope on me, but
Oh, Emil, do you have rope?
Yeah, I have some rope.
I would need to see your rope.
Yeah.
I am going to
Oh.
cast Handy Grapnel upon the rope, and the rope will become an arrow.
Huh?
This is what the spell does, by the way. So I'm going to hand Emil the arrow and tell him to fire the arrow at the back wall.
the stone wall.
Yes, the stone
On
wall.
the other side.
Uh-huh.
Alright.
You need to hit AC 5 plus hardness. Stone walls, I believe, have a hardness of 10.
Right.
You're better at the whole bow thing than I am.
Not by much.
You're dex-based, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I don't actually know the hardness of the wall. That's up to the GM to decide. Does
You're gonna be able to get it.
Okay.
It's not particularly difficult. You have someone on the other side that can even catch a fucking grapnel as needed.
Well, no, the arrow will hit the wall, embed itself, turn into a grapnel, and then a rope will sprout from the grapnel and pop into my hand.
It does so pretty steadily.
And then I'm going to give the rope to Emil. Say, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
snap my fingers, and the rope will retract.
You guys, so is everyone like? Are you just like everyone grabbed together trying to
No.
slide across the entire room, or just
Not
one
at
of you?
once. One at a time. It can only
One
hold
at a
400
time?
pounds.
You flail as you go through the
No, no,
air,
no,
and
no,
the
no.
wind tries to catch you.
I'm sending a meal.
Yeah.
You
sending one
flail
meter.
as you go through the air, and the wind tries to catch you. But you're able to make it to the other side. Though you hear a very foreboding boom, boom noise coming from deeper within the fort itself.
Oh, maybe they didn't like that. I'm then going to summon the rope back into my hand and hand it to Argent. By the way, it pulls at about 50 feet per round.
Argent.
And I'm gonna say
Press
ready.
tower on this one.
This is going to happen for each of you, as needed. As you manage to whip across with your little rope trick.
And then I'll repeat the process for myself. Although I'm gonna try to walk across the boards and see what happens.
You try to walk across the boards, they fall beneath you,
And I retract the rope.
and you whip across.
Brilliant.
Told you I had a
It's
plan.
They're your ancestors. You lead.
Right. Or not, but you know.
You find Elrond as he sits standing beneath a statue. He looks at it a little longingly, and it's kind of a question as to how long he's been looking here. Ghosts flank each corner of the room, each of them bearing weapons. Aldori dueling swords. Soren. That was his name. What I do to see him just one more time. I see you've made it.
Yeah.
Though, not as intended.
It was a bit unconventional, but
Sorry.
So it is. Some things cannot be helped, and your desperation far outweighs the virtue. But another trial remains. Though, hopefully, this will be quick. Defeat these four. Yourself, Aldori. He
Right.
nods to Emil with a scoff.
Emil
I'll put
wears
the life
armor,
link
right?
onto Emil.
yeah.
He does.
Okay. And you're
Good luck.
you're wearing like good armor. Like,
No.
would mage armor be better than the armor you have on you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast mage armor on you, and it will override your armor.
Cool. I'll actually start. Actually, I have to prep my spells because I held off on that until we saw what the next thing was. So
A statue of an elderly elven man sits at the center of the room.
That's all the help I'm going to give you, because I'm not gonna
Yeah.
piss that ghost off anymore.
yeah, no, that's fine.
Ghosty speech. I lifelink.
Ghost speech. I see. Oh, I don't have the duration for this spell.
Let's go.
Blade Tutor Spirit. Minute per level. Okay. Okay. So I have like 3 spells I want to prep and cast.
Okay.
I want to cast Magic Weapon, Shield, and Blade Tutor Spirit.
If you want, I can do magic weapon for you. If it frees you up.
I don't have anything else to replace it, really.
Okay.
Okay. And that will be all I can prep, I guess. So yeah.
You do so. The ghosts stand ominously, sitting in each corner of the room. They make no attempts to strike at you.
Mm-hmm. I'll step forward once this is done.
The ghost waits. The one near you gives a, you can hear underneath his, almost, his ghastly armor, you hear a slight scoff.
I'm gonna step forward and pull out rations.
I pull out the last little bit of fish.
Fantastic.
What do you do?
Are these squares I can stand in?
Yeah, you're just going around the statue. I know,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
it's a little cramped.
Okay. So, who's first?
None of them respond.
All right. You then. Let's do this. I point at the one with the most bulbous helm. Let's start.
Sits, staring. Sword at the ready.
Are you gonna hit me or?
Out of curiosity, is there like a proper dueling protocol?
Fight them all.
There is. Doesn't seem like they're taking it.
Yeah. Can I initiate that?
You go ahead.
You can do the posture with the blade. Hold it at ready. It's like. See if I get a response.
It shifts its posture a little bit, and you see that it takes a more traditional Aldori sword stance, but makes no attempt to strike at you.
Okay. I'll go for the. I'll seize the initiative, I guess. I'll make my sword more magical. And then try to strike. Well,
You make a very clean hit. You can feel your sword clash against metal, and the ghost seems to completely vanish into the air. But as you do so, all three other ghosts step forward and strike at you unerringly.
now it's a party.
Dealing 6 damage to you, and then
What?
quickly replace themselves, stepping back into their place.
Okay,
And
how
then
did
he
it deal
heals for
6
5.
damage?
Each of them basically just stabbed you once.
Okay.
They strike unerringly.
Okay.
Now you heal for
And the
5.
other one appears
Yeah.
again.
All right. So, why do you turn it? Do you turn into magic missiles or something? What's it? Ow!
Emil, is there anything you can do with that statue in the middle?
It's clear enough that you don't understand anything that our school was founded upon. If you ask
Weird ass
nicely,
corner ghosts? No, I wasn't taught about weird ass corner ghosts.
perhaps maybe, if you held a little bit more virtue close to your heart, or maybe if you begged, Elrond will very politely let you go.
Out of curiosity, out of character, how long has it been since the dude went around conquering?
About 200 years.
Fair amount can change in 200 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna call out at the risk of getting this dude's wrath called down on myself.
No, you're right. Many things can change. Our sword style is like the water, ever shifting, ever blending. It is one that is most appropriate to the situation that it finds itself in. But even some things are stuck into stone. I don't know who it is exactly that remains to teach you these things, but they've not done a very good job. The Aldori Sword School is more than just about learning to use a sword.
Yeah.
I've said too much. Let it not be in my hands to help
No,
you
you
with your
haven't
trial.
said shit.
Temper.
I'm sorry, but I don't really see how this is a fair judgment on me if I'm not being given any information as to what I am supposed to be judged on. You said to defeat the opponents in the room.
See.
I'm assuming you mean with a blade, but if you have other things in mind, you might want to expand upon your instructions.
The new Aldori school promotes crying and whining as its primary tenets. You learn more and more as the centuries go by. Were it my time, I could beat 50 men with a sword. But none of that mattered. Still, I was the worst in my school.
Right. Still doesn't tell me what it's actually you want from me.
Perhaps.
To pass. To learn. To break every lesson that we give you into your blood and into your bones. Such as this. And wordlessly, all four of the ghosts step forwards again, and the one that you had tried to vanquish before even chips in, to prod you with its sword, almost tauntingly. It's definitely not a swing. And they deal to you 13 damage, each of them retracting through their swords. And stepping just back into their positions.
Okay. Fuck.
Test, experiment, expand, adapt.
Emil, you'd better get out of there. I don't know what lessons the Aldori Sword School teaches, but standing there does not seem to be one of them.
At the risk of getting you to stab me, is he required to fight the four of you alone?
That was instruction.
He's meant to pass the trial. By himself.
The trial of what? Does it have a name at least?
I've forgotten.
Ghosts are stupid.
Is he being stabbed because I helped him with a spell?
Nope.
Emil, we had better retreat for now.
No. Fuck this.
Regroup, and think about what it is you need to do to pass the trial. You were pretty adaptable in the last one. Remember, cheaters always win.
Yo,
And
big head.
The bulbous helm knight just taps the sword against his shoulders, watching you leave.
Is he being punished because I cheated?
No. He's just like he's tapping the
No,
sword against
that-
his own shoulder, so he's
that-
not like just striking out at him.
That was in character.
Yeah, so was the ghost reply. He dropped the axe and he's like, no, nothing like that, buddy. I'm from Brooklyn.
like now Halvar's actually curious.
And each of the ghosts you see retain a position, standing almost as though stone statues, each facing to the statue in the center.
Emil, again, I don't know much about the Aldori Sword School.
Apparently me neither.
It sounds as though the last trial with the bridge and this one are somehow connected. Obviously, it's too late for us to discover the intended solution. But perhaps if we knew the answer to that one, we would know the answer to this one.
Right.
I just don't know how they could be connected.
I get the sense the last one had something to do with either surety of self or maybe some virtue they prize. But
Yes,
Yeah,
Heap is very sure of self.
I don't even know what virtues they're supposed to hold.
Then,
Like apparently it changed over the years.
then
because
let us not spend time here. We will rest. We will wait for the dragon to leave, and we will depart. But
Mm-hmm.
if these are unpassable trials, you should not take further harm in attempting them.
I don't think we
Yeah.
can get out the way we got in is the
I
problem.
mean, as I mentioned before, I don't know what virtues they held back then, but apparently, clarity of speech was not one of them.
Stop
and,
taunting your ancestors.
Yes, ghosts are bitch.
It's not helping.
Oh god.
Khaled, curious, and perhaps foolhardy, he steps into the room to see what happens.
It seems as though nothing happens. The ghosts themselves make no attempts to strike out at you, and not even respond.
Do they? So I'm going to move a little bit farther. Do they react?
They don't, but one of the ghosts actually makes himself a physical presence to try to move you out of the way. He's still pretty incorporeal, but the weapons and all that they're using are,
So he's trying to move me away from the hallway behind him?
yeah, like he'll take like a shield that he has at his waist, and he'll just like push you lightly back and be like, no, no, no.
Interesting.
I'd like to step up to this one because he seems to be in charge.
Big head. What is trial? Explain.
This trial is, well, it takes many forms. Perhaps helped by our ghastly appearance. But each and every one of us took it ourselves. We acted in groups, such as yourselves. And to be in truth, what was the young one's name? Emil?
That is correct.
I've seen people that have responded far, far worse than he has. It takes an amount of understanding to try to punch in what the trial wishes to tell you, but it would be a little bit beneath us to try to explain it to you. We are only here to facilitate and progress you through, so that you might take the treasure.
You are beneath. Are you in hold?
I'm sorry?
Excuse Heap.
Khaled will look at Emil and ask him, he'll kind of motion him over and just like ask him, so what are the, if this is all about the Aldori style, what are the core precepts of the style?
Style.
I mean,
I
generally,
feel bad.
about-
I feel bad to explain, but perhaps I can try to tell you in something of a story. Maybe you'll glean a little bit of information off of it. And hopefully, you'll figure out your steps to follow ahead. In truth, I wish to see you succeed. As you are now, you will not prosper, and that dragon will kill you.
Damn dragon.
What was it now? The year. Yes, nearly 2 centuries. No, far, far, far back than that. I'm 250 years old. Or at least, upon when I had died. A spirit still was I as I watched all of my comrades fall. Each to the axe of barbarians and orcs. But never one did any of our 200 cohort fall away. We all died standing side by side, as we did so again 50 years into the future. And so too will we do again. How to describe? Sword style is not so much as a style. There's good reason as to why the Aldori are a family more than they are a school. Think of what it means to be a family, and perhaps you will find your answer.
Okay.
Emil, do you think of us as family?
He stepped away for a minute.
He's back.
Okay.
Hi. Yes. I'm back.
Basically, I'll give you a TLDR. He described that 200 or so years ago, he died side by side with all of his companions. The question was asked what it was that made it, what it was that were core tenets of a sword school, and wish to remind you that the Aldori is not just a sword school; it is a family. To have both a school and a family is an odd thing, so you should seek some reasoning in that.
Emil, would you like
Yeah.
to stand over by the person who seems to be in charge real fast for me, please?
Alright.
Khaled, if you could take a step up. I'm gonna get here, and I'm gonna wave over at Argent.
Right. I see where this is going.
Come on, buddy. Emil needs a family.
All right.
Each of them primed their swords, seeming ready to engage you at any time.
I'm going to draw
There's-
my great axe and cast shield.
My brothers in arms.
A good
Don't sound
formation.
excited about it.
A solid formation. Yes. This is the answer. If it is you that must pass the test, then you must make you must make those around you be as much of yourself as are you. We are but pieces of one. Now then, strike!
Okay, and I assume we all then do it simultaneously.
I cast. I do. Fucking
All right.
channel. I channel.
I'm gonna wallop.
Give me a description for all of you as to how exactly you do this, because you're trying to hit them all simultaneously, and that takes a little bit of practice.
Oh, the crit's nice. When Emil gives the word, Argent just with one sweeping hand grabs the big stone table in the middle of the room and just hurls it towards
It's
the
a
ghost.
sacred statue.
Nope.
Wait, did
bad.
you just... Wait, did you just grab this statue?
It's a sacred
Absolutely.
statue. You would have known that.
We're
statue-
protecting the statue.
Nope.
you grab the statue and you can hear the ghost murmur, what?
Not a table, sacred statue.
Maybe it snaps off the sword of the sacred statue and that gets thrown, but no, he's yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm standing with it.
And you sling it and crack it into the one knight as he lets out a guffaw and starts laughing. And how about the three others?
As that happens, Halvar's just gonna roar and kind of whip the axe around his back above his head and just bring it down straight on top of this dude's helmet.
On the signal, Khaled's gonna do a taekwondo kick. I don't know what they're called exactly, but it's like a double kick thing.
Oh yeah.
And Emil?
I'm gonna do a single lunge and aim for the slit in this guy's helmet.
You do so. Each of you strike out at them, Halvar with the axe. You do your double kick, and one stabs clean through and pins them to the wall. And you can hear a deep bellowing laughter emanating from each of them. And they slowly seem to fade away, falling to dust. And you can finally hear the last voice of the rounded helmet speak out and say, "So many years we've sit here. It'll be a shame to watch it all go. But we don't go alone. Good luck to you, frustrated Aldori scion. You have much to learn. And they fade away.
So, just to clarify, he said alone previously, right? That I had to pass the test.
I did not hear that part, but then the caveat of you will
I'm
make
just
your
gonna
allies
say
part of you seems.
I don't much like your ancestors.
Me neither.
All ghosts are bitch.
You proceed on until you find yourself at the other end.
Starting to see your
Elrond
sentiment.
sits and waits for you, looking out. You can hear now that the dragon seems to be in a full fury, and there is the distinct sound of scraping as it digs further and further beneath the basement.
Wait, does it know we're down here?
Yes. It has known this entire time. Had you been any longer, surely it would have broken through. Killed a lot of you. Discovered what we hope to keep secret. And thank you for breaking the statue of my dear friend. Last thing I had to remember him by.
Anytime.
Is mostly still good.
I actually think he could probably put it back if he tried hard enough.
It's an odd thing to put a sacred item in a room where combat was supposed to happen.
Sacred, no. Self-important, yes. But that was just the sort of man he was. You are not fit. I don't find you very well suited to these trials. But I never had a choice in the first place. We will proceed as planned. Come, young scion. Perhaps he can teach you better than I.
What?
And he travels back through the rooms, shifting past the rest of you.
Wait, what?
Why?
We're gonna
Follow
just
me.
call out just a meal, or do you want all of us to?
Oh. Each of you should bear witness.
Right.
Little ghosts.
Now, jump.
What?
And
No.
he stands over the pit.
You know what? Fuck it. Halvar's had enough of the Undead's games. He's just gonna book it and jump.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna just do the same.
No.
That wind of yours just getting annoying.
The wind falls away, and you find yourself flying back down through the pit.
I'm gonna run after
What?
him.
I thought you were
Unless
gonna
the
jump
ghost stops
over.
me.
Nope. The ghost actually just walks by you and is just like sitting by a heap, tapping his hand and rattling his chains.
No.
Come on, you damn lizard.
No.
Actually, can we say Halvar hasn't jumped yet?
Sure.
Halvar looking at Heap is just gonna pick Heap up in a big bear hug.
No. No. He already fell once. He's not fall again.
Just gonna say, trust me, little one. Are you gonna try to like fight back, or do you want to contest his strength check, or a CMB versus CMD?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh god, now the half orc shows off your fucking 20 strength. Oh!
Yes, but the half orc rolled a 7.
He's really fighting.
You both find yourself in an absolute struggle.
No. He will not go.
Alley-oop. And the ghost is going to actually grab Heap.
I literally
no,
can't. I can't beat that.
No,
Snag
I'm just
by
gonna
the collar.
look at the ghost and just say, I got this,
Oh, okay, alright.
and just haul him up and just kind of run and just jump into the pit back first.
Okay, so
I go at the same time Halvar does, that's like grab him if I fall. Use my meal ticket.
let's clarify, right?
Can I get a Heap scream real quick?
Guys, am I still muted? Hi.
Yeah.
Yes. like I jumped first, right? But I
Yes.
took its instructions to fucking jump, like, and cross it because that was what I did last time.
Oh, so you
What
just jumped
retard
across.
jumped into the pit?
You know what? Leap of faith! Leap of faith!
So I was like, jump. I mean, I'll take the jump, and I'll just be on the other side, and just like, so.
You see the rest of
Are
us
you
take a
coming
leap of
too,
faith
or-
into the pit.
Well, no, I'd like
The ghost
turn
just
to
points
this guy
down.
immediately, and just like before you guys jump in, just like, so what's going on?
He just points down to the pit.
Why would I jump into it?
You
I like it better that like Emil starts to go forward to jump, and we're all like right behind him, and only realize after we've jumped that he's jumped farther.
we've all suicide leaped of faith into the pit, and Emil's just like,
Why?
the fuck?
And the ghost just floats back down.
We don't seem to be on the same page.
No, 'cause- yeah, we're
Uh,
we're in the
like,
basement.
I like fall down, I'm like standing on top, just like, fine. Whoop. Like, just steps over the edge, I guess.
You plunge deep into the pit, finding yourselves landing on a very squishy, very soft moss. You float down almost delicately as the feather makes a nice supportive wind to break your fall, almost like you're under the influence of a feather fall spell. Something a little familiar to Halvar. Each of you, keep screaming as he squiggles in Halvar's hands, will land softly and firmly and find that you're in a very populated cavern. All sorts of aquatic cave. Is it fauna or
Flora.
flora? Thank you.
Flora is the flower one.
Aquatic cave flora. Almost as though this place was drowned in water so long ago. The place maybe being some sort of well. And Elvar proceeds ahead.
Heap doesn't stop screaming for a good 3 or 4 minutes after we've landed.
Halvar still just has Heap in one hand. He is almost carrying him by the scruff of his neck, even if it's just clothing.
200 years. 200 years since I was convinced to leave my soft, safe, and very well-acquainted keep. All for a friend in need. A madman, at that. Wanted me to follow some conqueror or some king of the time. It was of no concern to me. But came I did, and so I died. Given the option to do it once more, I would do it again. I wish to present to you someone whose name that you have forgotten, but it would be very well to know. The founder of the Marsh Barons, First Lord of the Aldori, and the founder of your sword school and sword style. And you find yourselves in a large cavern, circular in nature. It seems to be built up almost as though this tiny little isolated paradise of its own. The water of the river trickling around it, and a number of very colorful and glowing flora around it. There seems to be a few fireflies almost daintily bouncing around in the air, and in the center, a stone where the water seems to collect. A large black sword, and still a dueling sword, embedded into it at its center. Poor Soren. This is it. The treasure of the Aldori Sword School. At risk by the dragon above, should he find us. I will leave you. In truth, I do not want to see one so unworthy putting their hands on my greatest friend. But to bear witness would bring me shame, and there is a dragon that needs to be fought off. We will bide for you some time that you might escape. Good luck, adventurers. And thank you, companions, for putting up with our small song and dance one last time.
Look,
Elwar passes through each of you, heading
See,
back up
leaves.
the cavern and seeming to
I-
disappear.
I appreciate your dedication, even though we might differ in methodology.
He's gone.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna go get the sword of my ancestors.
Emil, before you do,
Mm-hmm.
this whole experience has suggested to me that the traditions of the Aldori are flawed at best. I hope that you are not under any obligation to continue them just because you bear a sword.
Maybe in the future, when you're the one who makes the cryptic test to get the sword, you have them tell the story first, and then conduct the trial.
Yeah. If we get there, I will.
Just a thought.
Let's see if we can survive this dragon thing after we get out of here, okay?
That is a concern, yes.
But I think you have a treasure waiting for you.
Seems so. Didn't really expect to find something like this here.
I'm gonna
Out in the nowhere.
gently push him forward.
Yeah, I'll walk up there. So I'll approach the pool. Is it like deep?
The pool definitely surrounding it seems to be quite deep, but it's a pretty short leap to get across over to the large stone that seems to be at the center.
Okay. I'll jump. Let's imagine I jumped. I can't really.
You just take a little hop. You don't have to test it. It's like a take 10.
Yeah.
And you make your way over. You can appreciate the sword in a much better detail. It is a dueling sword, perfectly equipped and well proportioned for what purposes you have, with a hilt designed for parrying, a blade light enough to swing around like a feather. But the blade itself seems to be all entirely black and of an unknown material. At its touch, it feels to be steel, but it's not quite sure. The ghost talked as though it was a person.
Yeah. I'll just look at it like, so you belong to my ancestors, eh? Well, here we go. I'll try to like grasp the handle. Is it like stuck into it? Is there like a...
It is. You grab onto it first, giving it a light tug, and you could feel something washing over you. It's sad. Very depressing, melancholy feeling. Something of loneliness. Feel older.
Oh, don't be like that. And I'll like, come along. I'll tug at the sword harder.
You try once more, it seems to be giving some way, and again, the wash seems to come over you. The river itself seems to be moving at a more rapid pace. The room itself seeming to react and flicker around, fireflies dancing rapidly and circling around you as you attempt to pull free the sword from the stone. And again, you feel sad, depressed, but you remember something. Something stands out more than anything else in your memory at this time, and you can feel nothing more than this one memory recalling to you. And you see a woman, lithe, thin, motherly even, standing before you, sword in her hands, in a very delicate and a very balanced manner. But this is not your memory.
Mm-hmm.
Once more.
Yeah, sure.
You pull the sword completely free, the water seeming to retrace its steps, flowing backwards through the room itself. The fireflies erupt, coming up and above you in a large circle as you pull free the sword finally and have a chance to appreciate it. And just as soon as you do, like dancing lights, they seem to dissipate and fade, and the flora of the area seems to completely fall away. slowly and steadily, these little plants seem to all die away, withering as time takes them. And so, you've claimed your Black Blade, Soren. Named perhaps after one of your ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
But still, this melancholy feeling does not leave you while you hold it. For now, I think that's where we'll leave it off.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, guys, there's still a dragon out there.
That's
From-
gonna be something.
From the way the ghosts talk,
Alright.
I think there's a way to get out through one of these tunnels.
Yeah.
We can take him.
We can figure it out
Yeah,
next time.
But from the way the ghosts talk, we're gonna get out and be like, there's a way to escape from your destiny as well, and the fucking dragon will be right there. Can't trust these guys.
I
should
trust
never
him when
trust
he
ghosts.
says he's gonna buy us time to bail.
Never trust.
And
ghosts.
as much as Halvar desperately wants to kill that dragon, because that fire breath hurt.
Another day.
Yeah. But thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah.
We're gonna cut to the end screen.
So hold up. I'll give
Yep.
one last direction. Again, oh, did we already cut?
Nope,
Cool.
still alive.
Hey everyone, it's me, Nogo, who did half of this, but not really. I just wanted to take the time to get some appreciation. I wanted to thank Joe. He's gone ahead and he's been doing the stream. He's going to be doing the stream for us from now on, getting all the camera stuff, getting the stream itself going right. Big thank you to him. I wanted to say really quickly thank you to Vinny for making all the art assets on Rapid Standby. I know they're all a little weird, and things are going to be going along, but this was a big dip to even continue this after we went and transitioned from it. So for the people who've stuck around, even passively listening in the background, I thank you much. You really don't know how much it means. Thank you very much to everyone, and thank you for everyone who's been watching. Does anyone want to have a silly sign-off?
Nope.
You're
I don't
Italian,
think anyone
man.
really hits off to the end of
I
this.
apologize. The stream was a little choppy. We will get it polished.
Everyone is in Italian man trying to explain spaghetti to someone who just doesn't get it.
What is this? Whose line is it anyway? Like the closeout? Read the credits, like.
That's what we did for
spaghetti!
sound check. You should have had a new game.
Nope. No, too lazy. Go ahead. Come on. Italian men, all at once.
First you must roll the noodle from scratch, and you roll, and you roll, and then Nana, she yell at you.
You just gotta get to the meatball.